Hey, what's up? What's going on, everybody? Welcome in. I probably should be doing this today because I'm very tired. Zora, what's up? How's it going? That's me. That's the thing. I'm really fucking tired. I don't even know what to tell you. Like, I am sleepy. I didn't sleep at all last night. I did not. Oh, here we go. I'm exhausted. Why are you sleepy? I don't know, man. It just didn't work. It just didn't work. I'm broken, man. I'm broken. What can I tell you? But that is something I need to tell everybody. We are going to change the name of the channel in a couple of days. I'm going to go to a different spelling of the name. Reasons, lots of reasons. I don't really want to get into it, but we'll change it. It won't be much different. You'll know it's me. You'll understand it. You'll get it. But we're going to do that because I feel like that's necessary, and let's do that. But either way, I got to get into this game because I'm a little late. We're going to play Mob of the Dead. We're going to mop up the evil in this world. It's a thing that has to happen. So let's join these guys. Whoever's joining tonight, I have no idea actually. I have no idea who's doing what. But let's find out. Let's go see what's happening. Let's go see what's going on. You know what I mean? What's happening? Who's doing what? I have no idea. So let's find out. What am I doing? Okies. There it goes. What am I doing? I don't know who I'm joining. I'm going to join over here. So here we go. Hello?
It's a Leem.
It is a Leem. Hello. How's it going?
Oh, wait. It's not Leem anymore. It's a nasal lemur.
You know, the funny thing is, I'm dumb. I'm really dumb. I'm going to change the name again. I am.
To what?
It's gonna be a different spelling of the same name. It's gonna be a different spelling, so that you all could be less confused.
Oh, we just making jokes.
No, well, it's also because I want to change the name, but also because I'm gonna change, but it will make it less confusing. It'll be two things at once. It can be multiple things. I'm really tired. I probably won't make sense most of today, but that's okay. We are here.
I mean, the game doesn't make sense.
That's true.
The Mop of the Dead.
Well, it kind of makes sense. I mean, I don't know if you ever cleaned your house and you feel like you're kind of out of it, but what is my arm doing? I don't know, man. What is my arm? Who knows what my arm's doing? My arm does what it wants to do. Don't ask questions like that unless you want to know the answer, and then that probably could be scary for you.
So that means
Killing Floor 3 was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I don't know that it has the same charm as Killing Floor 2 did, but it's a lot of fun. I enjoyed that. I would definitely be playing it again. But hi, James.
James, you are so quiet.
Oh, good. It's not just me.
You are like, I can barely hear you. I didn't even hear you at all.
Turn James up.
I can do the input.
There he is. There he is. Listen, you just had to turn. You had to turn the cute factor up. You just had to turn it up all the way.
Yep.
He goes mute after that. Love that.
Of course he does.
I will bite you all.
Promises.
I know, right? He always promises but never delivers. You keep saying that, but you never actually do it.
Get your butt over here and I'll do it.
Okay. I will directly get my butt over there. And we'll see what happens. Nothing. Literally nothing.
Oh, you underestimate the fox.
I don't think we do.
I'm giving you I'm staring into your soul eyes right now, Arctic.
Are you?
See it. I'm giving it to you, yeah?
I think your Fugi does do that. It's kind of got that vibe.
I said.
Oh. So I've not looked. I haven't looked up this game at all. Don't know anything about this, so I'm going in blind. It's fun.
Well, I assume you have a mop,
Is...
and you gotta kill some zombies, probably.
So javelins?
Sure.
Yee, javelin.
If you consider javelin mops.
Yeah.
Hi, Acid.
It's essentially the same thing.
I sent you both a shared chat invite.
Oh. There it is. I see it.
Leem, has it been 2 months already?
What is that?
Has it been 2 months already since you stopped being the Leem that streams?
Maybe. I have no idea. I haven't been paying attention. I'm gonna lie. It might have been. You can
only change your channel name once every 2 months.
Exactly. So I've got like 3 days before I do it again.
I'm actually you're cute.
James is super cute.
Yeah, right. James is pretty cute. I agree.
Prove it.
Oh, why did it go?
I don't need to. You do that pretty well on your own, right?
No.
Do you? Do you
I
not?
cause issues. I cause mischief. I
don't think
things.
biting disproves anything.
Yes, it does.
How does it? How? Explain that. I want a PowerPoint presentation and everything.
I'll make sure you fall asleep during a presentation, because if you do, that's a genuine PowerPoint presentation.
And how does that prove that you're not cute?
You're not awake enough.
Oh my God! There's a room called the Grime Fighters office.
So,
Bird Correctional Center, Filthyville Correctional Center.
Just remember, reading
James's
right off the
place.
slides is against the Geneva Convention. Well, we don't want to break the Geneva Convention. We don't want to do that.
I mean, it is a cruel and unusual punishment.
You're right.
that's why you only do pinpoints.
Yeah, exactly.
Never
Is
do
Theo
paragraphs.
joining us? Or is he not? He never answered, so I never got a response from him.
I wouldn't hold our breath. He's
Okay.
in the middle of Silent Hill. He wanted to get that done.
Okay. I guess we're not good enough for him anymore.
I told him he could like step away from Silent Hill for a little bit, but
Hey, listen,
Man.
I'm playing Silent Hill, a different Silent Hill right now, and I got to like the point where we are like 1/4 werewolf, and I could step away. So I don't know what he's doing.
need you to mop the office. Use his javelin. Instructions were unclear.
Well, the office would be clean because there wouldn't be an office.
Right?
It's not clean. There's rubble everywhere.
But the definition of clean is the office is clean because there's no office. The rebel is
Sure.
just a side effect.
That's not how that works. That fox mouth does not compute.
James, how could you?
Right? I need to get a commission of my character with the javelin.
You say that all the time, but you've never done it.
There's
waiting
not
for
many
it.
beings that like to draw weapons, okay?
Okay, that's fair, but like
That's fair.
that's fair.
Failed to join. Room is not found. Arctic is hiding
Alright.
there. Ooh, I think I know why.
What did you
Set to
do?
Europe.
Oh, am I set to Europe?
You're probably set to Europe.
How do you
yeah,
change that?
So click on where it says Europe. And then I changed it to Canada East because the other option is US West.
Oh.
You're gonna have to send another one.
Okay. Try that one more time. Let's see if it works. What?
No.
US West. I like they're like East Coasters. Fuck you.
East Coast, that's pretty much Canada anyway.
Yeah, right.
Oh, I need a password.
The password is James is cute.
Oh, nice. Perfect. It seems like a pretty intuitive thing.
Hey,
Swear to God. I will swear.
Well,
I will
if you
swear.
okay, but that's
I
not.
swear.
Do you think that's gonna make it more or less cute?
I will come bite you.
What's more cute than this 12-year-old fox in the county in the corner going, shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Damn it.
It's just a joke, Cola.
All right, let's see. What was it? What was the actual? Oh, did you put it somewhere else? Because I'm not looking. Hold on.
No, that is the password.
Is it really?
That's the password. Yeah.
Is there any capital letters, or is it all just? It doesn't matter.
No, when you type it, it automatically capitalizes everything.
Okay, perfect. James is cute. Perfect. That is the official thing for this game. All right, I get it.
All right.
I can only pick.
Hello, guys. After analyzing the market, I think the time has come for us to launch our cleaning business. But
Perfect.
unfortunately, we don't have the funds to buy our first cleaning products. But I've got the solution. Deal. I need you to go to Clean Sweeper's office and borrow 10 cleaning products. But don't get caught by anything. You'll find out on the spot.
This is gonna go great. I can already tell.
I wonder if I could use a controller.
You know what? You know what just allowed that?
The
Allowed
controller.
controller. Xbox controller.
Oh, I'm going to go rogue and use the PlayStation controller.
Wow, you rebel, you.
Right?
He is sharing the game screen. It's on his monitor there.
It is on my monitor.
Monitor.
Right there.
We haven't actually started yet.
Not really. But Sketchy's uploaded Xbox controller. Yeah.
I've been playing
We're
with
just as tired as Lemus. That's fair.
I'm sure. I don't know, man. That's tough. That's a really low bar. I can't even open my water bottle. I'm so tired. The fuck. There it goes.
I don't like how the other character models. There's only 2 character models, and everything else is locked behind levels.
Yeah, same. Yeah, no, that's weird. You have you have to get up to levels, but we'll get there, right? We'll do it. We'll make it happen.
I'm gonna walk in and instantly get unalived. It'd be great.
Yeah. I don't really know.
James is dead. What happened to James? Well, he found a javelin.
Yeah, he found a javelin, and he killed everybody, including himself.
Shot it inside, and the rocket hit the roof.
That sounds about right. That sounds about like what James would do.
Ooh.
Ooh. Oh. Are we working together or against each other? I can't remember.
Okay.
Together.
Okay. Well, there is a printer, and it is an LP. So that's probably not good.
Oh, gross.
Eat.
Absolutely gross.
All right, let me take a look around. Oh, I found something. Is that milk? It's cleaning product. Definitely not milk. Do not drink it. It is cleaning product of some sort. Do not drink that.
I heard a growl.
Excuse me? Excuse me? Who did that? Did you guys hear that? Cleaning milk? Yes. Do you guys hear monster? I might have
did.
heard
He
monster.
Just walked by the. Oh, I need a key for workspace A. He just walked by the room we were in.
That's probably a good sign, right?
No.
Yeah. What are we gonna name this dude?
Steve.
I was gonna say we should name him Theo.
Oh yeah, we could do that. That'd be fine. My goodness, the freaking lightning making me go.
Andrew.
Andrew, Bob, Dave.
I don't think so. Can you turn off your light?
We could name the ghost James is cute.
Oh,
F.
shit.
F.
Oh, F? Uh-oh.
There's like a photograph of like two very real people in here.
Is this a
Is that-
puzzle game?
Is that
Y'all are
is
dead.
that Barack and Michelle Obama?
I suck at puzzle games.
I think that might be Barack and Michelle Obama. Oh well.
Found white powder in the bathroom.
Well, that's
Sure, it's
good.
Cleaning supplies.
Yeah, sure.
Found the key to workspace B.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
I don't have like real elevator music, so I'm just gonna make it up.
No. I am very dead,
I'll be
I
in-
think. I don't know actually. Am I dead? I
I
might
see
be dead.
your outline, so I don't know that you're dead.
I'm definitely injured. I know that.
You just went back upstairs. Andrew, get a lozenge or something.
Oh, there's a bad guy up here. I'm not sure if I'm dead or not, but I am not moving very quickly.
I'm crawling. Hold on. I
Hi.
need a med kit.
Oh, I'm incapacitated. I get it. That makes sense.
Oh, I got a med kick. Yeah.
You do have a med kick?
Yep, it kicks.
It kicks real hard?
Well, Liam needs a swift kick.
I do. I need a swift kick in the nuts. Not necessarily in the nuts, because that could be very uncomfortable, but I'm just saying, like, something like that.
Run! Run! Run!
Run. Run as fast as you can. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. Did he get somebody
Found the
else?
elevator.
Oh, yeah. No, he did. Oh. Well, you know. Hi. You're crawling, too. Is that you crawling?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
I think I'm crawling, too.
Oh.
God, I don't know why
Oh.
that made me jump so bad.
It's okay. We forgive you.
No.
Unlabeled white powder in the bathroom. It'll be fine. I know, right?
Yeah, you know, I mean, it's what's the worst it could be, honestly.
There's like no hiding spots though.
Yeah, this is a little weird. So is he like just a janitor and who's evil? Like, what's the backstory here?
I don't know.
What's the
Crawl into this bathroom.
okay? I'm working.
He is
Doing
currently
it
in
is-
the bar room.
Okay, I am coming. I think. Is this me?
In the
I
bathroom.
can I can see the med kit on your hip.
James, did you also have a med kit?
Yeah, I
He's
can use
dead,
it on
though.
myself. I'm trying to watch if the bean comes out.
Oh,
Oh, you can use it on yourself?
he can use it on
Yeah.
himself. Okay. Oh, I see that you are doing something. I am alive. Perfect. So the point
I was-
is, do not avoid him at all costs. Uh-oh.
No, do not avoid him. Absolutely avoid him.
Absolutely avoid him at all costs. Got it.
Oh, he's over by the elevator. He's coming back in the hallway again.
I found a donut.
Donut!
Hell yeah.
Yep. Oh, he's in the bathroom.
Uh-oh.
We'll apparently want ants.
Oh, we found some cleaning product. That's good. Probably.
He's coming. He's coming.
He's coming? I can't. I'm going
he's
this
right
way.
here.
Uh-oh. I'm running for it. Not the bathroom donuts. I don't think it was a bathroom donut. It was a donut, but it wasn't a bathroom donut. But not necessarily.
It was in an office.
Yeah. I found pizza. That doesn't count, apparently.
Nope.
I found first
Hey,
aid.
baby. Welcome on in.
You got the pizza selling?
Yeah. Okay, what's in here? I found something. What is this? Cleaning product. Ah! Ah! He's right behind me.
He's gonna bite you.
He's not gonna bite me because I'm running
Here
as
he
fast as I
comes.
can. He might catch me. I don't know. Oh God, I went the wrong way. Shit. No. Ring around the rosy. You don't know where I am. You might know where I am. Fuck. You
Oh,
jerk.
this game.
this is an interesting game. Okay, he left.
It was a great.
I think he found me. He might have found me. I have a thing though, so I'm gonna be fine. Who else
Did not
got
have
killed?
Another med kit. James is still down.
Oh,
I'm exploring. Okay.
are you though? I found phone call. Who's calling? Where's the phone?
Is he up there?
I don't know.
Hold on. Ah.
Can I go
Oh shit,
this
there
way?
he is.
You found him? Oh, there's other levels. There's levels. Did you guys know there was levels?
There are, yeah.
Oh.
There's levels in this building and in this game. It's a level on level levelception.
It's like yeah, it's like Inception, but way less confusing. What did I find? That's not a thing. Maybe. Oh, I don't know. I found a med kit. You can use that on James if he's still dead. Oh, cleaning product. We got a cleaning product.
Hey, we only need three
We need
more.
3 more. We got this.
But we need keys to get into workspace A and C.
He's in the same area as us. Watch out.
Anybody else find any keys?
No, I found. Oh, you had a key? Oh,
Yeah.
I
I
haven't
don't know
found
if I
a
got
key.
downed. If that means I lost the key.
Oh, maybe. How do you? What did key?
Go try a door.
Yeah. Oh, can't go that way. What is this
Don't go
picture?
back through the office.
Oh,
Uh-oh. Run, Leem, run!
I'm running. I'm
He
running.
wants that ringtail.
He really does. Normally I would be like, okay, but right now I'm going to say no. Never mind.
He get you?
He got me.
Oh, yeah, he did.
He hit that.
Yo.
Someone got workspace A. Key.
I did. I'm
Nice.
down again now.
Oh, well, that's
My
good.
thing is where do you hide? There's no hiding spot.
There really is. I think you just have to run, but it doesn't seem like it works all that well.
There are hiding spots.
Oh, yeah?
I always duck underneath the stairs.
Oh, that's a good idea.
We can't find you underneath the stairs then. He's coming towards
Right.
you guys.
Oh.
He can't crouch, so he can't get under the stairs.
Oh God! Why is he right here? I think somebody literally just revived me, and then he was right there.
I did. I just revived you, and it says you've gotten knocked out by a mop.
He literally was right there after you did it.
Handles are bad for Fox's health.
That's not fair. I'm just gonna put that out there. It's not very fair. Okay, well, let me. Oh, hi, James.
I don't have any more med kits.
Yeah, we might need the key that James is hidden somewhere.
It still looks like I have it. Oh, nope. Arctic's found the door because he unlocked the door.
Okay. Do we share
Don't have the key
items?
to the monitoring room.
Oh. I hear somebody. He's coming.
Oh Lord, he coming.
Access the
Oh, Lord,
elevator.
he coming.
Oh.
You can get in the elevator on the main floor.
Oh, good.
You can't push any buttons.
Hmm.
Well, that is useful. You know, this really does feel like working in an office building.
We only need 2 more.
Nice. I hear. Oh, he's down here by me. So you're fine for now. It wanted a hug. I don't think it did. I think it wanted to shove a mop somewhere we don't agree with.
You silly bean. I could open doors still? Oh.
Nice.
Can you hide in the bathroom stalls? No. The stalls are not the safe areas this round.
All right.
That's the first thing I tried when I found there was a bathroom.
Freaking Sketchies, or
Oh,
no,
he's
was it
upstairs
Nuclear
now.
Nightmare has ruined us on that forever.
He's
Oh, hey.
on the bend, Arctic.
Looks like my old office. How y'all getting there? We stole your badge, JD. We stole your badge.
And we made duplicates.
Yep.
I don't know if it works when you guys are crawling around on the floor, but if you're up and running, right click gives you a zoom and enhance cliche.
It does.
Oh, that's the flashlight. Okay.
F.
It's a right joystick button.
Oh, you're playing on a controller.
Oh, shit.
Uh-oh. Is he coming for you?
Oh, he's standing on top too. He's waiting for you. He's camping.
He is coming for you right now. Danger Mom.
You're so lucky. Oh, he's giving up. All right, so I guess the stairwells is where.
It's where you need to be. That
Where'd he
makes
go?
sense.
Which
I don't
way
know.
did he go, George? Which way did he go?
Or
George.
Wait,
All
where
right,
are you
I'm gonna
going?
crawl my way upstairs, which honestly is something that, you know, when you're in college, you learn to do very well.
Very true. We don't have
crawling
workspace here.
upstairs.
My one weakness, small spaces under stairwells. I think that's my weakness too, though, like, to be fair to this monster. Excuse
Oh,
me, I'm
shit.
sorry.
I'm so far away.
Oh, he's coming for you.
Wiggle and weave, wiggle and weave, wiggle and weave, wiggle and weave.
He's gonna be biting.
Austin.
You took the elevator personally? Listen, when you're in college and the reason why you can't go up the stairs is the reason, elevators might be hard to understand what you're looking at. So, you got bad knees? That's fair. I have a bad knee. All right.
Look, sometimes in college you need an extra dose of liquid courage.
Yeah.
Or liquid socialism. Not
Yeah.
socialism.
Well, I mean,
social
maybe.
interactions.
It could work either way.
Liquid
Apparently,
social battery. That's what I'm trying to
there
say.
you go. There you go. There you go. You need it. I did know that if you are crawling, you can crawl up on desks, no problem. It's not a big deal. James, as a note for you,
Crawling on desk?
you can crawl on any desk you want. Also, there is a phone ringing in here.
Ring a ding ding.
Are you crawling in your skin?
Yep.
I found a cleaning supply thingy where I'm
Nice. Oh wait, did
Pick it
I?
up for me.
What is this?
Luca, how are you
I
doing,
found-
sweetie?
I found something.
Oh,
A
yeah.
key. I found a key.
Found a key? Alright.
Nope, don't come to me. He's in this room now.
Oh, he's down the floor? Okay.
Mm-hmm. How you doing, Luca? No anvil. What's with
All the
you
anvils.
with the Damn anvils. It hurt my
All of
head.
the anvils. All of them.
No.
All
No.
of them. Give him all of them.
Fight you all.
Give them all of them. Throw them all. There's a key right here.
Ooh.
Works. Uh-oh. That sounds real close.
Yeah, it does.
Praise anvil and banana. You should. What
Praise,
am I?
No, praise banana.
Why
Always
not?
praise banana.
And anvil.
That's I need a monitoring room key for that.
Oh, shit.
But now I gotta get down to James and get that cleaning supply.
Back here again. at
That
the
is pretty
cleaning-
close. We are very close. Praise
Oh,
anvil
they're
and banana or
down
praise
there.
nothing. I would say praise all of them at the same time rather than nothing.
Is he still with you, James?
I've lost him, but I think he's still on the first floor.
Oh, you lied to me!
Where are you? The beacon.
Oh, he's like right behind him. Run! Run,
Fight,
Arctic,
fight.
run! Run as fast as you can.
Well,
You running, and running.
Oh, god damn it.
ooh, that got one.
Survived
Why is it so...
11
Oh, I
minutes.
got... Okay, well, we survived 12 minutes. You must have gotten more than us because you survived more than that. You only got the same amount.
Oh, no, I had survived 20 minutes.
Yeah. But you got the same amount of experience.
Nope.
Is that his tongue?
Yep.
In his throat there?
It's
Okay.
So,
All right.
see,
Bananas.
that is what happens.
Oh, no, they
That
didn't.
right there is what happens when you eat Tide Pods.
Okay. Okay.
You-
Now we
it
all know.
dissolves your throat.
Now we know. Don't do that. Are we all gonna play as the same
If
character?
characters run faster, or like, is there?
I don't
It's
think it
just
matters.
cosmetic as far as I can
Yeah,
tell.
it looks like it's cosmetic. We could all be this one character if we want.
Okay.
Oh, we've unlocked. Did we unlock a third one?
Yes.
Lock to the third one.
Nice. Okay. Well, there you go.
Hey, do we want to do the same office or do we want to do a different office?
You know, we did so well in the last one. We might as well try a different one.
Tide Pod Andrew is the canon name for the monster now.
Nice.
Okay.
Tide Pod Andrew.
All right, so we did this clean sweepers. The Dustbusters office.
The Dustbuster.
Gotta love the
Right.
them
Crime
Dustbusters.
What I'm about to tell you must remain a secret, but I need you to go to your competitor's premises, the Dustbusters. I heard a rumor that they have a meeting tomorrow with
Wow.
our biggest client to steal them away from us. Well, let's steal their household products to see if they can still work.
Yeah.
Just one
That sounds
small
good.
detail.
Yeah.
Legend has it that their premises is guarded by the ghost of their company's founder. All legends. Good luck!
Why would that be a thing they count on? They're like, yeah, we don't need an actual security system. Our founder is haunting the place. Who cares?
Our founder, Tide Pod Andrew.
Yeah. All right. Well,
We gotta
don't,
get 15 on this one.
all right. Don't die.
All right, I turned the corner and didn't die. We're doing good.
That's a good start.
I mean, to be fair, I only died once that last round.
Yeah, you know that we don't need to brag.
Stairs key. Oh, there we
Got a
go.
little. Okay.
First cleaning milk is
Oh,
mine.
hi.
Hi.
How are you? All right, let's see. What else is in this area? Maybe this door opens? It does not. You cannot do that.
What was
that?
the ad, JD?
Very weird ad. Is it like what? Yeah, I'm curious. I want to know what the ad. Oh, I found a key. Stairs. I found a stair key.
Found the
About-
stairwell.
Nice. Well, that's good. So it seems like.
Oh, the beans upstairs. There's doors open.
Oh, good. I'm hearing weird music, which makes me think he's nearby. Is that? Oh
There's
shit!
some
He
death
is
in
nearby.
the
He's nearby. He's nearby. Ah! 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 No! I just started.
Oh.
I think he's right behind me. I think he's right behind me. I don't want to turn around because it'll slow me down.
Yeah, if he can break line of sight, he will give up.
Okay. I'm going this way into the... I can't go anywhere else. I'm stuck. Fuck. Okay, that didn't work. Is he still behind me? No, he's not. He may have given up. Can I go this way?
This is cool.
I cannot. I don't know if he's behind me or not, but I don't care.
Mike Paws, how are you doing, you bean? Give me 1 second. Get you a shout out. How was your stream?
What is the store? Ooh,
Yeah, office store key.
Oh, I found a key.
nice. We got a lot of
Works
keys,
space
just not a lot of
me.
doors.
Well, welcome, welcome on in, everyone.
All right, what do we got here? Another
Fortunate.
door. All right, well, I am in the elevator. Can't do anything there. You know, there is something inherently spooky about office buildings at night.
Uh-huh.
I found a cleaning supply.
Huzzah. We're a
It
third
was-
of the way there.
A bucket. Oh God, he's here. It took me like 1 second to realize what was behind me.
Bucket.
I did steal his
Oh, did
bucket. It took me like a second to realize that was him.
Hi.
I don't know why.
Hi.
Don't kill me. Oh God. Please don't kill me. He might try and kill me. I'm just gonna go in a circle until he stops. He stopped. It worked. I'm a genius. Hi. Don't go in there.
Oh. Oh, I heard that.
Yeah. Ooh. I found a donut. Don't think that really helps us. Oh, he's right there. Ah, shit. Hold on. That's not good. I hear that. I hear that. Please do not. Are you right behind me? You are probably right behind me. I found a med kit. I got it. Oh, I thought that was a thing. Let me do that.
You know, I used to clean office buildings at night.
Oh yeah.
They were definitely creepy.
Yeah. It's probably why like the back rooms works.
Especially that dentist office I cleaned. That was super
Oh, yeah.
fucking creepy.
Because you probably were imagining Steve Martin just in his leather jacket hanging around somewhere. I imagine like so many people were like, what the hell is he talking about? That's not good.
That's not good.
I heard a heartbeat sound.
Oh, it's because I picked up a cleaning supply.
Oh, that would do it.
Oh, I see him. He's up near me.
Okay, run, 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 run.
Oh, he walked right on by.
Okay, good. I think he might be coming for me because the heartbeat sound has not stopped. Oh, yeah, he's coming for me. I am going to jump. I jumped. I have survived. I may have gone the wrong way, but it doesn't matter because I'm going to keep going.
We don't have workspace C, and that's the only lock.
No! All right.
So this game has confirmed that Leem is tasty, apparently.
Apparently. That seems to be the case.
I found the way into workspace A.
I have a key. I have workspace. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Why is he right next to me? Oh, he's behind me.
Found the workspace C key.
Okay. Apparently this worked.
I heard him.
I don't know where to hide. Is he still behind me? Apparently not. I may have lost him. But that's it.
No,
Because there's
he's
nothing.
down. He's down with me.
Okay. Oh,
I hear spooky new music.
that's not good. That is not good. James, you still alive?
Maybe.
Are you sure?
No.
You positive?
No, I'm negative.
Okay. Like AB negative or just O negative?
No, I'm O
Okay.
positive.
Oh, nice.
Universal donor.
Wow. Well, now we know if anyone's bleeding out, go to James.
No,
Just-
I actually don't know the blood type off the top of my head.
You know what? I hate to say it, but I am also in the same boat.
I don't remember either. The last time I needed to know, I called my mom. What's my blood type?
And please hurry.
It's like, why do you need to know? Well, this hot
Do not
guy
ask
with red
questions, just
eyes
ask.
and long teeth
Yeah.
was asking.
Yeah. Do not ask questions, just answer. Time is of the essence. Uh-oh. Oh, someone found something.
Yep. To 9.
I like how we're only stealing like cleaning supplies.
A change over time?
Yeah.
No.
You know, corporate espionage doesn't need much more, James. We don't need like business secrets or anything. We just need cleaning supplies.
Hi, Brett.
If you went to like Facebook right now and you stole all of their algorithm, they wouldn't give a shit. But if you stole their Clorox, you'd be going somewhere.
I'd be in some deep water, eh?
Yeah, right? Mark Zuckerberg would be hunting you personally.
When's my Swiffer?
he's like, give me my Swiffer back. We can't afford more. Those pads are expensive.
And cleaning stuff. Oh, boy.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
They might
Uh-oh.
be mildly annoyed, but they ain't gonna do nothing.
Someone's annoyed.
Oh no, he's already on the way over. We're gonna go hide underneath the stairs.
Yeah, don't come near me because he's behind me. Okay, stop. No, wait. Nope, I'm still hearing it. Shut up.
The stairs.
I am
Shut up.
nowhere. I'm not anywhere near the stairs.
He's over here by me. He's over here.
Ah, fuck!
Over to Swiffer.
That's where they live, right? That's his whole plan.
Wait, he's over there now? I saw him
Apparently.
upstairs. That's weird.
He is
You're
wherever.
upstairs.
Is there
He
two
is
months?
wherever we need to be. All right, I'm coming to you guys, slowly but surely. Oh wait, I can't go that way.
My getting down on my knees doesn't. Oh.
Careful now. Careful now. Somebody record that.
No.
How are you both down?
Because
He found me at the stairwell and my sprint button did not work to save my life.
I have
I
not
didn't-
found. Shit,
I-
there he is.
I
found
have
it.
one health revive, so I can revive, but I'm going to explode.
well, I don't have one. I did at one point, but I've only found the one ever.
Had an HR lady complain about crumbs in the middle of the office making bagels.
No, the whole office.
I mean,
I bet you they enjoyed that email. They were probably laughing up a storm.
They probably did.
uh-oh, trouble. I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble.
Uh-oh.
I'll revive, so if you unalive, we still are green to go.
That didn't sound good. That didn't sound good. You okay?
Trade.
Oh, Chillin's down. That was a good timing on that one there, James.
The game stuttered and I ran into the wall instead of the door.
Well, James was basically saying he's going to revive. So in case that happened to you, you're fine. We're fine. Which was a good
We
plan.
need
Oh, fuck me.
4.
Is he coming for you?
Yep, he's already found me.
Ah, shit.
Break him on your sight. Make like Phasmo.
Yeah, has that ever worked for anybody in Phasmo?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, never. Well, except for that one time that I was holding the door closed, which I will admit that I was doing that.
So you...
It literally was me doing that. Yeah, you're right. The one that Arctic was blaming you on, it was me.
Oh. We have a confession.
Yeah, it's been a long enough time. I can
I think he's
get away with it
my
now.
buddy at the moment. I think I'm
Nah, you're fine. You'll be fine. Just don't
you're
move.
Crouch. Okay.
You know, I think that pizza should
He's up
also
by me.
revive you. I feel like pizza should revive you. As well as
I agree.
medical kits. Because like when I'm thinking like, man, fuck, he's somewhere right near me. When I'm thinking like medical attention, I'm thinking like, you know, medicine, pills, bandages, but also pizza will work.
Yeah.
Like if I'm bleeding,
donuts.
yeah, exactly. If I'm bleeding
coffee.
out, yeah, if I'm bleeding out, I'm like, give me some pizza. It's fine.
Right. It's pizza selling.
Yeah.
Get some moldy pizza. It'll kill whatever's
Right.
in you.
It's basically penicillin. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the guy who discovered penicillin. Ah, shit. I think James got.
Yeah. He had me cornered. Yeah, me cornered.
Hey, we did better. We got more points.
Drops an anvil. No. No anvils. Hi, zebra.
Apples.
James got cleaned out. Yeah, I did.
James got cleaned. It's true. James got.
Achy eyes. Look
yeah.
at those achy eyes.
Oh, we got a new character. We got.
Yep.
Oh man, we got a guy
can be
with
the
some.
Rock.
We could be the Rock.
Jason
Holy
Statham.
shit. Okay.
So we're going to.
That's Jason Statham.
Our controller today.
Okay.
Huh?
I'm switching away from controller.
Okay. Fair enough.
Because it sucks.
Get some
It's-
moldy pizza. I'll take my chances being wounded.
Just slower.
Listen, if you take that moldy pizza and you eat it, then all of your infections go away. It's fairly obvious.
Fairies, eh?
Yeah, please don't do that in real life though, but like don't try it in real life, but it will work, but don't do it. But it will work. But don't do it.
Mm-hmm. Staying away. Staying away.
And also don't sue me.
Sue you?
No, don't. The answer is no suing the Leem.
No? Pseudoleem?
No,
Got it.
no suing. No is part of the same sentence.
You forgot the comma.
It's what?
The comma.
Well, yes, but I'm implying the comma.
Don't imply the comma. That plays right into James's pause.
All right, well, whatever.
Because he's saying no comma to the lean.
Okay, do not sue the Leem for saying pizza will solve your infectional problems.
Look, I'm not a doctor. This is not medical advice, but pizza selling works.
Yeah.
Guaranteed.
Yeah.
Unless it doesn't.
Yeah, take that to a fur con and you'll be fine.
You gotta. Twitch does have some interesting ads now.
They do, really. They're getting
They
desperate.
just don't want to be on furry.
Well, they got to figure out what to put on these channels where we're talking about using pizza instead of actual medicine. So it's going to be really difficult to, contextually target that shit.
I
Yeah.
read you. You have to yell at me, Arctic. Sometimes I
Okay.
don't know who he is.
Yeah, yell at James.
I'll do that.
All right, everybody, you heard it.
Oh
Yell
my.
at James whenever you have
There
a
is
chance.
an incoming break for adverts in
Do
2
you guys
minutes.
want the synopsis for the map? Or do you
Sure.
just want to get into it?
Nah, let's go for it. You know what? Surprise me.
All right. Surprise, you're in jail.
Yes, zebra.
Oh, God. Well, I've always wanted to clean a jail. You can never trust
I'm
a
not cleaning
pizza,
the
especially at a fur
jail.
con. Why not? What is wrong if you find a open
This
pizza
is
box out?
Phasmo.
This is
Yeah,
basically This is literally Phasmo.
I know
And
exactly.
also, doctor, I would like to see your credentials, but I'm just saying, what is wrong with an open pizza box at a fur con? What do you think could possibly go wrong? What have you heard? And don't answer that because I know exactly what you're talking about. This is literally Phasmo.
Yeah,
This is
changed
100%
a
Phasmo.
little bit, but essentially the layout's basically the same. Kinda neat.
Hey, Block.
Okay,
I
I'm
got the A
at
block key.
I'm at D block. Boy, now I'm wondering when like the ghost is gonna start hunting me right now.
Right, Zebra? It is the Faz map.
It literally is. It is exactly that map. They literally ripped that map off.
Oh,
Shit.
they changed up where the cafeteria is, though.
Oh, good. Hate prison map. It's boring as hell. I think it's big, and if you're playing with not enough people, it could be very difficult. I agree with that.
Yeah.
I hate the prison map because I get lost every time.
Oh, me too. I could never find my way around. But I did,
I
you know.
found A block juvenile.
Nice. I found a cleaning product.
Run,
We're up to 5.
run. Fuck.
Run where?
I don't know. He's coming up the stairs.
Ooh, did I find something in there? Nope. Can you go into the cells? Apparently not. Uh-oh, I'm hearing music. That can't be good.
I was told to yell at you. Oh, so that's what.
No,
they
yeah,
did.
yeah. You should yell at him at any given moment. It's the only way to get his attention.
Funny. Well, that's how I get my $5, right, Zebra?
Just whenever you're in a room by yourself, just yell James, and then he'll answer for some reason.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh, I think I would freak the fuck out. I'm standing in my apartment alone. I go, James, and I hear, what?
He's like, yeah, yee.
I think Arctic would get a smudgy stick at that point.
All you would hear is just yee, 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 yee. Ah! Ah!
And that would
That's
be
not-
your reaction.
It's not my reaction, but there's. Oh, he decided not to chase me, so I'm good.
I'm surprised you can't get in the cells, actually.
Oh, that's you. One of you. Hello.
Oh.
Hi.
Hello, Clarice.
Hello, Clarice. I hear something.
You're gonna get so many $5 from me tomorrow?
You sure about that, Zebra? You
Oh, hey.
sure? I
Medkit.
don't think you're
Nice.
surely sure.
I was super disappointed to realize that
Oh.
was a Wednesday night. Don't go that way. Don't do it.
I hear them. They are
Wait.
coming. Oh shit! He's right behind me, isn't he? He's literally right behind me. Okay, I'm gonna chase him this way. And then, oh fuck!
It's some chick.
Is this some chick? I don't know who it is, but we used to date, and I don't remember what happened.
Thank you for the hydrate.
Oh, he's right there.
So there is more than one ghost model. Okay.
So I don't even think it's worth exploring the gel or the cell blocks because you can't go in any of the rooms.
No, you can't. I did get most of the cleaning supplies in that area, but
We haven't opened admin or juvenile yet.
haven't found. Oh, wait a minute. We have the keys.
We do
I
have
don't
the
have-
keys. I got both of the keys.
can
oh,
jump.
well, I don't have a revive kit.
I do. I was waiting to make sure she was gone.
Oh
I
yeah,
then pull a Leem and revive and then it's knocked
that
down.
wasn't you. Did that to me. First of all,
That knocked you down.
well, you didn't knock me down, but you were the one who revived me.
Okay, don't help Leem. He points fingers.
Yeah.
He's got those weird feet hands to point
Yes,
fingers
I
to.
point my feet at you, and it is very effective.
Grandma Patricia has had enough shenanigans.
I found a book. Never mind. It wasn't what I thought it was.
But
I
yeah,
thought it was-
James. I was super disappointed to learn the 22nd was Wednesday. I'm
Why?
like, wow.
The
I said
22nd?
Wednesday, you silly bean.
Well, you said the 22nd.
No, I said Wednesday the 22nd, you silly bean.
You just said the 22nd. Otherwise, I immediately would have went.
What do you-
Wednesday. Not so great.
Is that what we were supposed to do this?
No,
No, he's playing Phasmo.
Oh, you're playing Phasmo?
yeah, I was.
Hey, Stinky!
Hello, to get the,
Don't. I is not the stinky.
Whoever
You don't see no
correct
ghosts
you.
calling me stinky. I is in a jail. It's not my fault if I'm stinky. It's just how jails go. Okay? There's not
At least 2 years.
nothing I can do about it.
You know, I've adjusted back to normal schedule, kind of.
Are
The
you-
ghost is first floor over near me. I can see the red light.
The most compatible Pokemon for humans.
Oh God,
Not
Fire
only are
Streak.
they in the field egg group, which is
God
mostly
damn it.
comprised of
Why are you
males,
making my
Vaporeon
bird
are an average
talk
of
about
3 inches 03, tall,
Pokemon
and 63.9
in a bad way?
pounds. This means they're large enough to be able to handle human redacted, and with their impressive
Why
base
you gotta do
stats
that?
for HP,
They have
and
showers. You
access
don't.
to
Yeah,
acid
because
armor,
you know what
you can be
happens
rough
in
with
those
one.
showers.
Due to their mostly
you know what
water-based
happens?
biology, there's no doubt in my
Drop
mind that
soap.
a redacted Vaporeon
Yeah.
would be incredibly moist,
So drop
so
the
moist
soap?
that you could easily have redacted with one for hours without getting sore. They can also learn the moves Attract, Baby Doll Eyes, Captivate, Charm, and Tail
Alright,
Whip,
Liam,
along with
again,
not having
we're gonna
fur to
circle
hide
back to
redacted,
this.
so it'd be
If you
incredibly
drop the
easy
soap,
for one to get you in the
pick it up
redacted.
with your weird
With their
foot
abilities
hand
water
and
absorb
hand
and
it to your
hydration,
hand,
they can easily
Yeah.
recover
You don't
from
have to,
fatigue
like,
with enough water.
Listen,
No other Pokemon
Just
comes close to
not
this
that
level
I
of
have
compatibility.
experience in
Also,
this. I'm
fun
just
fact,
saying
if you
that
redacted
people
out enough,
take that
you
weirdly.
Can make your Vaporeon turn Walter White. Vaporeon is literally built for human redacted. Ungodly defense stat plus high HP pool
believe
plus
in
acid
the
armor
early
means it can
morale
take
to take
redacted
part,
all day, all
mostly
shapes
because
and
I'm
sizes,
already-
and still come
I
for
don't
more.
know, Zora. It's what he does. He just knows that.
Alright.
It is
Yeah.
not how Pokemon works, okay. Hello, Firestreak_Fox.
Hello, Firestreak. How are you? Welcome in. How are you doing? Did
Fun
you
is
like
what
that?
happens.
Did you like learning about Vaporeon that much? Is that your favorite thing?
Oh, was it that one?
Yeah, I have a make
Okay.
my bot do a cringe, and that's what it does. I'm doing good.
Every
I'm doing
time?
good. Yep.
Okay. Stop. If you do not live on any of these upper tiers, you are out of bounds if you use these stairs.
Well, Firestreak, there is another bot that could do another cringe, but that's up to you. You can make Vren talk about Vaporeon all you want, if that's what you want in life, and I support you.
All right. I'm tired of crawling around. I'm gonna stand up.
You're tired of, okay. Can you stand? Oh yeah, you didn't do that yet. I have not found anything new in a long time. I feel like I'm playing Phasmophobia right now with the way this map works. Like,
Get the parabolic Liam.
I'm gonna have to. But this does feel like Phasmophobia, where like I go to this map and I do absolutely nothing for an hour and a half.
Yeah,
It's over
I
by me.
feel that. I see her. I see her. She's coming to D block from the entrance. Coming down the hall.
Here it goes.
Okay, I know this is a really bad idea, but
Where'd you
I'm
go?
already here, so here we fucking go. Rar, Nuzzles, pounces on you. Ooh, you so warm. Couldn't help but notice your bulge from across
Damn, we
the
need to
floor.
find 20.
We need to
Nuzzles your
find
necky
so
wecky
many more.
He unzips your baggy
There
ass
must be
pants.
another area that we have not
You're so
gone into
musky.
yet.
Take me home.
There is,
pet me, and make
juvenile.
me yours.
Oh, okay.
Don't forget to stuff me.
Keep
See me
saying
wag
that.
my little baby tail, all for your bulgy wolgy.
Okay,
Kisses.
Door,
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 door, door, door, door.
I
It's
hope
not a
that
door. It's not a real door.
Nuzzles and wuzzles your chest. I be getting thirsty.
So
Hey, I got
The
a little
way it
bit.
is way out of sync.
Think
I
you
know
can
it
help
just
me?
like it got really
Only
delayed
7
for some
inches
reason.
long.
I don't know what happened.
Ooh, please adopt me.
I'll have to fix that.
Pause
at
on
some
your
point.
bulge as I lick my lips. Ooh,
Oh, I
about
found the
to hit him with this
infirmary.
furry shit.
This is the way out of sync.
It is the way.
Oh, I got into the cells.
Ooh woo.
Ooh woo.
Oh,
I
so-
found a first aid kit. Amazing.
I don't
I
like it. Oh, okay. I can open that.
Found. I don't know what that is. I have no idea what that would be. You know, there's a lot of bulletin boards in like the prison that make me think that like that doesn't make any sense.
I don't know if closing doors help break line of sight, but I feel like it does. Oh, I found solitary.
Nice. Yeah, can he go through doors?
Not in solitary. No.
Well, it is solitary after all. Mop of the Dead. It is indeed.
Hi again, Magenta.
Magenta bean. Let's go.
Oh, I found cell block C. We need a key to get into cell block C.
I
There's
opened
a
this-
whole other freaking block.
Apparently, I had a key to this area. I didn't even know I had. I'm in central control.
How you doing, cutie bean?
I found. I don't know where I am actually. I found the showers. I found the showers. Shut up, Sharkfin. Don't say anything.
There's a lot of blood in this infirmary.
That
Somebody
is
had a
not a.
bad
That's
day.
not a good sign. You gotta say. You know, that's normally not what you're trying to do in the shower. I'm gonna see if I can read this note. I cannot read this note. He's here. He's here. He's here. Ah. I can't. Oh, God. I'm going to have to jump for it. I jumped. Did he follow me? Okay. He will not fall if you jump from one level to another. I may have destroyed my knees, but I got away.
I'm Casey.
We're halfway there.
Whoa! We're halfway there. Whoa. Oh! He found me.
It's me.
I'm going in the showers. He will dare not follow me in here. He followed me in here.
I'll stay quiet.
The Liam is in the showers with Granny. Okay.
Yep, that seems to be the case. He's. Oh, God damn it!
I will stay quiet.
James is getting abused. Why is James getting abused?
They keep throwing confetti on me. And I'm like, not good. Have you ever tried that? It's gross.
It's
It's
paper.
paper.
I mean, basically.
Allegedly.
Sandals. Oh, I know where I'm at now. Oh no, he's over there. Let's go back upstairs.
You bitch.
Oh no, he got Arctic. Was it Granny?
Wasn't
It's
that?
Granny.
God damn. What did Granny do to get into prison, first of all?
I think she worked here.
I always asked Granny what her job was, but she never responded.
So since I am the dead,
Uh-huh. Hey.
I'm gonna go use the little otter's room. I will be right back.
Alrighty.
So we're gonna
Alrighty.
revive our tick.
Right now. Oh, you can open this.
Yeah.
We can
All right,
just move
I'll be
on.
right back, chat. Give me 2 minutes. Well, less.
I can-
All right. Oh,
I can open that too. There's doors I can open. It's blocked. There's so many doors that I didn't know I could open until now. That's a lot of doors.
Well, you can juke it around the stairwell.
That's a lot of doors. I found a cleaning supply. Oh, no, I found a key to block C. Uh-oh. Why do I hear music?
Leem has found block C.
Well, I found a key to block C. I didn't find block C.
Block C.
No, it literally is the... You're right, Stargazer. It is literally the Phasmo prison. We are not playing Phasmo, though.
We got block B key.
Oh, God. I've been found.
Don't die now, Leem.
I may die. Because he knows...
Don't die.
He knows where I am. Fuck.
Leem.
Oh, wait. Do I have a medical kit?
If
I actually might have a medical kit.
does it say self-revive?
Yeah, it says revive myself, but I'm waiting for them to leave. I didn't realize I had one.
Apparently, the top of the cell doesn't do. There's nothing on top of the cell.
Okay. I'm back.
Oh, shit.
Well, you got 15 to 20, so we actually are making some sort of progress.
Well, biscuits. Now I'm going to actually really have to look because now they actually hit it very well in this block.
Cool. All right, where would... I found B block. Oh, there's so much stuff in here. There's a key to the warden's office. I don't know where that is. How do I get to the warden's office? That's a lot of lightning and thunder. Oh. Oh, wait, there's a map. Who knew? How would you know?
No confetti.
All right. Warden office. Warden's office. Corridor B. I don't really know where the warden's office is. I'm just gonna be honest.
Not either.
Shower. I found the shower. See, Sharkfin, I know exactly where to find the shower. So that probably says that I know to use it. That I know exactly where it is.
I don't know if that's what that means, but okay.
I use it all the time.
I don't know where I'm at. Oh yeah, that's solitary.
Okay. He knows where to not go to avoid. That's not true. I use the shower all the time. Ah!
Are you alive?
No. Well, currently, yes. Potentially not for very long. Please be a door over here. I found the yard. I found the yard. I found the yard. Open. Nope, that's not gonna open. Ah, fuck.
Damn it, that door doesn't open.
No, it didn't. I found one that didn't open either. And yay. All right, I'm okay. All right, I'm back. I'm back.
You know what I realize is there's maps everywhere showing you where you're at.
Yeah, but they don't tell me where the warden's office is. Which I would argue is very important.
Maybe.
Because, you know, the warden's a very important dude, right? Like, I assume.
Oh, I found a good spot to hide. Blah, 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 blah. I'll never get here in time, but it's a good spot.
Okay. That's good. I think I found the visitor area. But not the conjugal visitor area. And that's
Yep.
really
Tonight,
the most important part.
Stream. Take care, JD. All the hugs and pets.
You know, they don't have the conjugal visit rooms here, and that's really unfortunate.
James he himself from the 4th floor. No damage.
He's behind me again. God damn it. Why are you chasing me again? You asshole.
Are you... Did you find like another med pack or something?
No, I found one. I already used it. If he catches me this time, I'm fucked. And not in a good way. Oh no, he's still right behind me. Alright, I'm gonna try and shake him. Did he stop following me? He might have stopped following me.
Well, that means he's coming after me now.
Probably. Nope. He is not coming after you because he's near me. God damn it. Okay, this seems like a good place to go. Maybe, I don't know. You know, this seems like as good as any. Okay, please leave me alone.
Be friendly. All the bean wants is hugs.
I don't want to
And maybe
hug
some nips.
them. Maybe, but like I don't want that right now. I'm in a prison. This is not the time or place. Administrative. That makes sense. If I'm words. Fuck. Ah, you found me again. God damn it. All right. Damn it.
I'm lost again in this dang prison.
Yeah, no, I just got an achievement. That's good. Is died 10 times. That's cool.
Oh. Okay, there's a catwalk in the showers.
There's a catwalk in the showers? That's a little suspicious. What are they watching?
I found Black Delta.
Nice. Have you found a warden's office?
No.
Well,
I wonder if this is like
he's got to work somewhere, right?
procedurally generated.
It's possible.
This looks
This
like
is like literally the fast. No, I'm pretty sure they literally stole it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they literally stole the map. Firestrike, I'm pretty sure they did.
a lot of it's they've changed it a lot of because
Yeah, they might have changed the layout a little bit, but all of the assets and everything are exactly the same.
oh yeah, for sure.
Which I guess, in fairness, I guess I'm like, that's fine. You know, we ask that question all the time, Star Watcher, but we can't figure it out. It's a mystery that we can't solve. Mysteries of the universe and all that.
Okay, the bean's over there. Damn it. There's lots of stupid dead-end areas that make no sense.
Yeah, that's true.
That's more solitary? Oh, that's a dead end.
Oh, I found the guy. He's right by me. Well, I didn't find, for some reason, I didn't find the warden's office, but I did find the shower again. Amazing.
So does that mean you need a shower then?
No. I've been there plenty of times.
I don't know. The game might be saying something.
Listen. That's just untrue and unfounded. Is he behind me? I hear him.
You know, the warden's office might be up there. I just don't think we could get up to it.
I found Grandma.
Squeaky, squeaky, squeaky toys. Squeaky toys are fun because you can squeak the toys. Then you can annoy your friends. What do you mean? You can't annoy your friends with the squeaky toys? You want to test this theory out, Leem? All right. The challenge has been accepted.
All right. Give it a go. We'll start with Fire Streak. You need to annoy Fire Streak with it.
Oh, no. I asked you specifically.
No. Next time Fire Streak is on, just go there and start using a squeaky toy as much as you possibly can.
I found the entrance again.
Nice. Your dog likes really annoying whiny chickens? Perfect. That's what we're going to use.
Run away!
Yeah, run real fast.
Oh crap, he's on my tail.
Well,
Yo! I like that. It's cheaty. It's very much cheaty. But I look at the cheaty.
Okay, I'm at the very top of sea level. It's not really helping all that much, though.
Not. James is a. No, I'm not good, Fox. Who the hell is telling you that lie?
That you're a good fox?
Mischief and shenanigans.
Well, isn't that like what foxes do? Therefore, that would be a good fox.
Damn it! There's only 2 in the warden's office.
See what I'm saying?
I missed one somewhere.
Wait, you're in the warden's office?
Yeah, I found it. But
Oh, I
there's
wonder.
only
Then the
2,
keys must be shared, because I had the
It is.
warden key. Oh, okay. Damn. So we still
missed
need one more
mother
item somewhere.
fucker.
Oh, we got you. Damn, but you have the thing. Push it as quickly as you can. Okay, you're up. That works. You are still alive for now.
God, that made me jump so bad.
Also, now I'm a little concerned about Arctic.
So the issue now is we're going to be looking for one cleaning supply that is somewhere in this prison.
Yeah, but wherever that is.
Don't know.
And I am going to say that I pose that being a good fox means being mischievous and, you know, causing trouble. That is what a good fox does. So therefore, you are a good fox.
No.
Ergo, logic
No.
would dictate. Hi.
Hi.
I think the logic stands for a reason.
I'm glad there's a med kit in the office.
Yeah,
that's
that was
saved
useful.
me.
Oh, that didn't sound good, whatever that sound was.
Where the fuck is this last one? I wish. Look around, Leem. Help me look.
I'm doing the best I can. I haven't seen anything yet. I'm looking anywhere that I can. And none of it is there.
Mother.
Did it get you?
Yep.
Fuck. We're gonna lose by one. We're gonna lose by one. No!
Damn it. Oh.
Well, we might get another character model.
Oh, I guarantee you might jump up two characters here.
Ah! That is a
Better days. Well then, I'm gonna go hit the little Foxo's room then real quick.
all right. We did get another. Oh, dude, we got big guy. You know that
go. Security. Be right back.
Why am I hearing him twice? now?
Wow. Jesse.
I hear James like twice now. The hell. Did we unlock I don't know what happened. Either way, we have, like, you know, that reminds me of, like, we played Date Everything a while back, and that's what it reminds me of, is like Door, or like Dorian's the name. Dorian from Date Everything. That's what it reminds me of. I think it's like Dorian from Date Everything. So he's basically a door. How many different character models are there? Well, there's like all these. What is like the benefit of them? Is it just cosmetic?
Oh, we died.
Yeah, James lasted quite a while, but then he died. But we did get Secret Agent Man here.
We did. Sorry for the delay there.
No, you're good. My dog likes really annoying whining chickens. What? How many whining chickens do you have? And also, what is a whining chicken?
Okay, so we did the clean sweep office, did Dirt Busters, didn't do that one. Here, we'll go to James's bank.
We're gonna go to James's bank.
Uh-huh.
Nice.
Counterfeit bank.
Perfect. Perfect. We could be all three secret agent men. Although I was just telling everybody in chat that I see there was a game I played a while back called Date Everything. And this reminds me of Dorian the Door that you can date.
I've heard of this game.
Yeah.
Dorian the Door.
Dorian the Door, who is most interesting when he's the back door.
Oh my.
Yeah. Yep. Because he has a very distinct personality when he's the back door.
Okay. Right, are you beans ready?
Oh, James took a break, or he's coming back here soon. And then in that game, they had a fireplace that you could date. It was played by none other than Fire Prince Zuko from Avatar.
Really?
Which made perfect sense. Yeah. Believe it or not.
Did he spend the whole game screaming about his destiny?
No, he didn't. He was just saying how he was a fireplace.
Yes,
There's James. I hear a James.
Okay.
Welcome back, James.
Hi, cuties. Did you hear we were one away and just walked through the threshold?
I did not. James somehow turned on in-game voice.
Did you turn in-game voice on?
Oh.
Can you do that?
Really? Because there's an echo.
There is definitely an echo.
It's me? It's me?
Yeah.
Oh, just you.
I don't know how to turn it off, so. You are screwed.
What did you do?
I don't know. I can't look at the settings in here. I don't know why.
Okay. Well, James, we're going to the counterfeit bank, which we are calling your bank.
Counterfeit. How about that? Better?
No.
Nope.
Better?
Yeah, that's it.
Better.
Yeah.
Better.
Right.
Better.
Feather?
Feather?
Apparently there is in-game voice if we wanted to do that.
Is there any voice? Oh, yeah, you're right.
Ooh.
How do you do that?
Assuming you just set the mic and then turn push to talk off.
Oh. Oh, yeah. Let's see. It's a V, right? So does that make me sound echoey?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, that was it. So it's... Uh-oh.
Also made you a very big target for the ghosty.
It must have done that because he's behind me.
Vera, ya cutie bean, how are you? Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Jeez, for 25 months. Thank you so much, ya
I found another
cutie
cleaning
bean.
supply. It didn't take it. Take the soap.
I want the soap. What?
No soap for you.
Thank you so much. Alright,
Oh jeez, I'm dead. I'm dead.
Oh, please don't tell me you're right next to me. You are right next to me.
I do not have no med kits, so don't die.
I'm dead.
Oh, Ark died.
Okay.
It's a
Do you
different ghost model this time.
Nice.
But thank you so much, you sweet bean. I really do
Okay,
appreciate
where
the
are
support.
you?
Being attacked by a cat. I read that as being attacked by a car. I was concerned.
Yeah, that would be kind of weird. If someone was like, I got attacked by a car.
Yeah,
Oh shit.
you
Oh shit. He's near me.
How you doing, Vera? You're doing good? Being attacked by a cat? What'd you do to the kitty?
Oh, wow.
What I do appreciate it, you cute oak.
All right, I think I'm near you. Nope, I'm in a different room completely.
You're supposed to survive these things, like when you get into a bathroom. Nope, you can't. You just
Nope.
have to
You gotta run your ass off.
break line of size.
He's going back
break line of
downstairs.
sight and run like mad.
You were like so close to me and yet so far.
Me?
Yeah.
He's
Right
downstairs.
Oh, there you are. Oh.
Oh, well, that's good to know. If you have to stop while reviving someone,
Yeah.
you don't lose progress.
Oh, that's good.
We got workspace A. Let's go. Oh. Mother!
Yes. Yes, dear.
Mother Hubbard.
We cheated.
Yes. Yes, dear.
Oh crap, that's nerve. Uh-oh, I'm dead.
I like that you said mother and then
That's it.
Stetson Howler's like, hi. What are you
Don't
trying
go
to say,
out there.
Stetson? Are you his mom?
How you doing, you
Alright.
bee? Welcome, welcome.
You heard it, Chad. James almost did a swear.
That's-
He did a swear word. James did a bad word.
Almost. He almost did a swear.
Uh-oh.
Thank you so much for the follow. I
If
hope
James
you
did
enjoy
a
your stay.
swear
You said
word,
that-
we'd have to give him a spanking.
And enjoy. Oh, whoa. A spanking?
He'd enjoy it? Yeah, that's not fair.
Probably. Yeah, probably.
Oh, darn. Oh, shit. The Advil distracted me. Oh, darn. Darn. Hmm. So what angle? Good angle, bad angle, what?
I found a cleaning product of some sort.
Oh, we're almost done.
Advil!
9:15. What kind of key?
But thank you so much for the follow. I do appreciate you. Welcome to the Fox Asylum, where we currently talk about skeeky toys and driving our friends Casey with the skeeky toy.
I'm not alone.
And
I'm not alone.
about how cute
I'm not
James
alone.
is.
I'm not. Oh, this is a bad place to be in when I'm not
No.
alone. Can you like
Eventually, it's gonna be
If
a
I,
big
like,
slide.
turn my light off? 'Cause I guess I've never actually done that when he's nearby.
I don't
like-
know if it's the light that triggers or if it's just line of sight regardless.
Yeah.
There
I
is
guess-
a door that's labeled underground.
Oh, that's good.
Underground.
This is definitely the bank from James's stream.
What
It
do
ma-
you mean?
It makes sense.
I saw.
Hello, Jojo.
Yo, what's up, Jojo?
57,957.
Yes, Aleem is streaming. What do you know?
Cute Leem mystery.
What? I'm stuck. I found the director's office. I couldn't find the warden in the prison, but I found the director's office, so that's good. Hey, look, they have the chips from Sketchies in here.
Chips.
Sketchy chips.
Those spicy chips. Oh, hey, there you are. Hold on, don't move.
Yay!
I've
Thank
administered
you.
medicine. Do not ask where.
Well,
Gonna-
judging by those hollers, I can guess where you administered that medicine.
Listen, it's the only way to make it work that faster. Ah!
I can't aggro him on me. I'm sorry.
Ah!
Jump the staircase. Jump the railing. Jump the railing.
I'm jumping. I didn't jump. I did it. Oh, God, he got me anyway. How the fuck did he do that? He got me from up on the top floor when I was jumping to the bottom.
Yeah, he got that Louisville slugger swing.
God damn.
All right, Liam, if I find a med kit, I got you.
Okay. Nothing much. Get about an hour. What's up with you? Oh, you know, just running from janitor ghosts. I wonder if this janitor ghost is like the janitor from The Simpsons. You know, the Scottish guy.
I don't know, with the leather jacket or the leather vest and the long beard, I'd say is the ungrateful dead.
Ooh. That could be true. Oh, come on. We've come so close. You're always running from ghosts? That's true. Anymore, I seem to always be running from ghosts.
Oh, shit.
Don't die.
Although, Jojo, you got to join me for more Silent Hill F because it's become so anime. I can't even believe it.
What can't you believe?
It
Have you seen
turned
the cover
into...
art?
Yeah, it's... So, I am part werewolf now. I don't know how to explain it, but I am part werewolf now.
So werewolf.
Okay, I'm
Ringtail got it.
looking forward to actually playing that game now.
Yeah, you'll like it. I mean, it's pretty spooky, but they made me part werewolf.
Is it as spooky as Doki Doki Literature Club?
Not in the like way that Doki Doki is, but it's definitely spooky, and it also has some moments that are really horrible.
Neat. The Leem Wolf. The
The
Were-Leem.
wolf. The were-leem? Yeah, there you go.
Phil, oh.
It's the underground again.
I don't know where he's at.
Ghost? Or... Hi.
Hi.
He sounds close.
Yeah, I hear him. I'm going the other way.
Rawr, XD.
We're being hunted by Slendy Men.
Basically. Although I think he went after you, James.
Yeah, he's found me.
Did you get away?
Maybe.
Okay, I'll distract him. I can't distract him. He is not falling for it. Oh, he got you.
Oh, he was on my butt.
Well, you know, he knew what he wanted. He went for it. So,
He wanted the bushy tail.
yeah.
Well, you needed new broom bristles.
Yeah, there it goes. Gotta find a way to, you know, fix up his mop somehow.
Ouch.
Hey.
Oh, there's an exit there. Damn it. I should.
What would be more absorbent than a foxtail?
Not really.
I think they'd be pretty absorbent.
I don't know. They don't really have. No.
Not exactly known for being waterproof, so...
Yeah.
You mean resistant?
Not at all. We can throw you in a lake and we'll see how much water you can hold. And then
Not
we'll know.
enough. I'll be like, water. He's back in the what is
Yeah,
this?
he's back. He's with
Teller's
us.
off-
Yeah, whatever this is.
I'll say the tellers.
Sure. Oh, he's coming for you, James. Oh, never mind.
No, he's getting this. He really wants the
He's
rudder now.
He's got the Arctic scent.
Oh.
Are you doing the? Are you doing the?
Maybe. See, that's a game I kind of wish that they would bring back is Slendyman, the original one.
That's not Slenderman. That's Friday the 13th.
That's
Yeah, that would
right.
be yeah, that's Friday the 13th.
That was
The-
Friday the 13th. Shit.
It's Jason,
Jason.
Voorhees.
Yeah, Jason
Yeah.
Voorhees.
No, you're not. You're not wrong. I'm just misremembering, I guess. It's that fox brain in action.
That would be a good. Actually, to be fair, James, if you were to be like, if Jason were to be coming after you and you were like, oh my God, it's Slenderman, you might confuse him enough to get away. You're like, please don't kill me, Slenderman. He's like, what the fuck? Who's that?
Like, I'm going to kill you twice as bad now.
Yeah. I don't know who that is, you asshole. Like,
Called me wrong.
yeah. Like, at least call me Freddy Krueger, you jerk.
Oh, director's office. I know where that's at.
Yeah.
Anvil.
Oh, bullshit.
No, we were too away. No. Oh wait, you still have you have a thing,
Fine.
don't you? Okay,
I'm fine.
that's why I was wondering why we hadn't ended yet.
Waiting for him to
More
go away.
hydration. All right.
See, I think that would be a really good like trope to do in movies. I think if you were to do like characters who have no idea what they're looking at in horror movies, I think that'd be good. Like you could do like you could have like Hellraiser, and then like Pinhead shows up, and the guy's like, "Holy shit, it's a xenomorph," and he's like, "What the fuck?"
Pinhead Larry. Oh, SpongeBob. Hi, Karuya Bean. Welcome on in. Director's office has been found, followed by another key.
Nice.
Oh wait, I can't grab it. I guess
Wow.
that'd be too. Oh,
You can mark it, I think.
yes. I can mark it.
Yeah.
Not like that,
So-
James. Not like that.
Damn it.
Oh no. This is why I'm locked up in the Fox Asylum, everyone. My brain is. Well, he's in this room, or he was.
Gotta be kidding me. They won't let me out of these offices.
Oh,
No,
Oh,
we're
we
done.
got him. Oh, man.
oh.
That was such crap.
Oh, there was literally like right near you. I think there was a first aid kit too.
Oh, I was on top of it, but it wouldn't let you. It won't let me pick it up.
Oh, that was you. Okay. Oh, look, we got another model. Do we want to try voice, in-voice, or in-game voice? I don't know how that works.
I mean, if you want to, we can.
Doesn't matter to me. Oh, we can have instead we can have purple hat now.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Brrr.
All right, we'll do three very distinct characters.
Okay. Brrr.
You need to collect all the cleaning products. But why, though? Why is that all lit up? What is this all lit up? Oh, it's an actual... Oh, my God! I have never seen that before.
It's mine. Mine.
Get out! It's mine now.
The phone's ringing.
Oh.
Telephone.
I didn't know that... Uh-oh. I didn't know that was a thing you could do. I didn't know there were, like, designated hiding spots like that.
I don't think there have been until now.
Well, that seems like a thing they probably should have told us about.
Mikey!
Mikey
Bean! Thank you so much for the resub. Thank you for the 23 months. It's damn near 2 years. How you doing, Bean?
I hear him. I hear him. I hear him. All right, I'm testing something.
He's in the main area.
He's not.
You're gonna spend the entire match in that locker.
I'm not in the locker. I'm nowhere near the locker.
James.
Oh,
Yeah.
James is gonna stay in the locker? Well, you
Yeah.
know, James trying to hide in that closet, you know.
Crazy. All right, Karu, have a good night. Thank you for stopping by. What do you mean long enough? I said hi earlier. What are you talking about?
I found a clean supply.
Stinky!
It's been
What are you
chilling. Nice.
Tell him he's stinky? He might be.
What are you talking about?
James might be stinky. Seems fair to me.
I'm not stinky, okay? I take showers.
Oh. Like often or just sometimes?
Most of
Twice
the
a
day.
year.
Yeah, once a year or so. It's like once or twice a year. It's fine. Okay, every time I go down the
glow in the dark.
Yeah. Okay, every time I go down a hallway, I end up in the bathroom. Oh God.
Yeah, same. I'm in a bathroom loop.
I'm in a bathroom loop.
They have these glow-in-the-dark maps on the wall, and they don't
Oh
seem
my.
to do me any
There
good.
is an incoming break for adverts in 2 minutes.
I've tried to pretend I understood what the maps mean.
And what are your findings?
I don't know.
All
You are
right.
somewhere else.
Yeah.
Eggs.
Well, apparently that's not the way you go to get out of the bathroom loop. God damn it.
I got out of the bathroom loop.
Okay, I think I did too. But he's right over there. I'm hiding. This is useful. This is useful.
This is bullshit. This is bullshit. I'm dead.
He was next to me. What? There must be two. Because there was one right out my door.
Oh, he's still over there, isn't he? Yep.
You're not that far from me.
Nope. And I am hiding.
You let him kill me.
I didn't intentionally.
Oh, there's another locker.
Oh,
Okay.
Arctic, come over here. Oh, okay, you're in there.
Where's over here?
I found another med pack outside.
Got a med pack.
Mhm.
Oh, there is another locker in here for some reason. All right, that's nice. Good to know. You know,
Cannot
I
pick it up.
Oh,
okay.
you have. All right.
You might have one already.
Do you have one, Leem?
I maybe.
In the bottom right, do you see a med pack?
No.
Come in here then.
I do now. Ha ha. Ha ha. Ha
He's currently upstairs.
ha. There's another closet. That's not a closet. That's not. That's not it at all.
Where's the staircase? He's currently.
Somebody left their computer unlocked overnight at a bank.
Time to watch some
Hmm.
videos.
What were you gonna say? What kind of videos?
Videos.
What kind? Uh-oh.
ComSec.
Fuck. Fuck. Some lean videos? What are you talking about? What kind of lean videos are you referring to? There's no such thing.
What do you mean?
Why are you on your hands and knees?
Do you want to know?
Oh, is that them Leem videos I've been hearing so much about?
Currently recording one right now.
Oh, well, okay. There you go. Had to get the character, you know.
Damn, we can't steal the soap? That's totally clean.
Oh, God damn it! It worked!
What worked?
I came around the closet, he was right in my face, and I just dove into the locker.
And he can't. What an idiot. How stupid is he?
Apparently he can't open it.
Oh.
Can't mop it open, so.
That's a shame.
Oh, that's the staircase. Shit. This is probably where I'll die. That's fine.
This is how I die.
I guess this is how I die. This is the end for me. Ooh, I found one. Found something. All right. I think he's nowhere near me.
Where's the staircase?
Okay.
God dang it, he saw me.
Oh, we are not doing well this time.
No, we're not. He's coming after you, Liam, just so you know.
What? What? What do you mean? What do you mean he's coming after me? Why would he come after me? I've done nothing. God,
Liam, are you still on your hands and knees?
I am not. Why
Oh,
would
no,
I?
I'm back in the bathroom loop.
Oh, good. Why would you just assume that?
Oh, run away!
Fuck. He's coming for that lean booty. Listen, if I was on my hands and knees, I would gladly use that as a distraction, but right now that's currently not the case. Oh, I'm nudes now. All right.
Your nudes on your hands and knees?
I found something.
So he's camping upstairs.
That's nice.
Well, that's fine. I can't find the upstairs.
I'm currently upstairs. I found a closet.
He's back in the center core.
Oh shit!
No. He is confused by locker. He is very much confused by locker. Oh,
I think he's not confused. He just knows I'm in here. Is what he's got that leem scent on him.
The way the cadence in which James was saying that, I was expecting he's pushing mid. He's pushing mid.
Okay, I'm fine. In case everyone was worried, I'm fine. Oh, I'm not fine. 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 Do not take my closet.
Take the
Do
closet.
not take. God damn it.
Just jump. Just jump the guardrail. It'll be fine.
I'm hiding. How dare you take my closet?
Look for bread.
I'm fine. I know it didn't sound like I was fine, but I'm fine.
Are you sure?
I got over to the other corner that he likes to camp, so we'll see
good.
how long I last.
He's right there. He's right there. He's right there. I don't know what to do about this guy. Oh, he's coming this way. He's coming this way. He's coming this way. He's coming. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Where do I go? Where do I go? I don't know where to go. Oh, God. Oh, nice. You found something. Oh, no. I'm in the bathroom loop again. That's not where I want to be. Oh, God damn it. You're in there, too, already. Who's in this one?
Occupied.
God damn it. What are you doing in there? Actually, don't answer that.
I saw somebody coming this way.
That was me.
I jumped in.
I don't know why the bean's camping up here, but
because
I can't get anywhere.
He wants some of that. He wants some of that fox booty.
So.
Oh, well, nope. He found me. He found me. He sees me. He sees me. Ah.
Keep him distracted.
I'm gonna hide. I've hidden in a closet. He'll never know.
I need keys.
No keys for you.
The shiny Leem. Let me have a shiny, okay?
No, none at all. Zero.
Wow.
Zero zilch.
Wow. Rude.
Is he still out there? I don't think he is.
He's on the first floor when I saw him, but...
Well, I'm going upstairs then.
This corner is a dead end until we can find keys.
Okay. Can we open that? We can't open it. We need workspace B.
Everything here is...
We need some bees and monitoring room. And B.
Director's office.
B. That's a water cooler. That's not a bee.
Stargazer. I will bite.
He says that, but he
keeps
never.
saying that,
He keeps
Stargazer.
saying that. Yeah, I know. He keeps saying that. I wouldn't worry about
How are
it.
you gonna do it?
When I see you, Beans, that'll be the first thing I do is I'm gonna bite.
Okay. I will choose not to believe that.
So Waffle House?
Right.
Sure. You're going to bite at the Waffle House. You know, actually, I was about to say that might weird them out, but I was thinking, it is a Waffle House, so they're probably used to
It's
that kind of
Waffle
shit.
House.
Yeah.
How's Mop of the Dead? It is interesting.
It's
So our job is to go in and steal cleaning products
Yep.
from other companies and competitors.
Yeah.
But they are guarded by ghosts for some reason.
Let me in. Okay, that does work. He could be like right on your ass, and you hide in a closet, and he's like, "No, I'm good."
The Dean just wants your hugs.
Yeah, that's what he wants.
Yeah, with that mop.
You know, with a mop. Oh God.
He's back downstairs.
Exactly.
So we're robbing a bank, but we're not stealing any money.
Yeah, right. Somebody thought of this. Skeevely. Someone was like, you know what? This is a story of a game we want to make.
Went into one of the jails to steal the cleaning supplies from a jail, because reasons.
Yeah.
It was Phasma.
It was literally Phasmo.
Coming for that Arctic booty.
Good news, James. Uh-oh. What's the good news?
Oh,
Stay away from my.
what are you
Stay away
doing?
from my runner. Stay away from me. You stay away from my runner.
What? Oh goodness.
You bitch.
Did he get your rudder?
Yep.
Yeah, he did.
You got your VR setup going. Let's go.
All right. Oh, he's still down there.
How do you get upstairs? This is bullshit.
There's a staircase over here.
And for where?
To your right
Hello.
in the corner.
You want to do this in the middle of the lobby?
Yes.
Do what? What are you trying to imply here? Jesus.
Here he comes.
Well, oh, there's like a whole area back here.
Where is he?
I don't know.
So you coming to a karaoke night then, Zebra?
Yeah, I found the door that leads to the underground too. I'm very suspicious of that. Also, where the fuck is the key for the underground?
That's James.
James?
What? No, just for Phasmo?
Oh God, hi.
Did I scare you, Lee?
A little bit.
Oh.
Oh, that scares me more.
I'm gonna hide in this locker.
Me too. No, someone's in there! No!
Occupied.
No! Oh no, I'm in the bathroom. Oh God, oh God.
Oh,
Have
heck
to make
yeah.
those noises in the bathroom. You might want to go see somebody.
Oh God damn it. You know, sometimes when you gotta go, you know, what can I say?
Yeah, I get if you gotta go, you gotta go, but you shouldn't be in the bathroom going, ah!
Hey, listen, if you have to go that bad, sometimes you gotta go that bad. What can I do about that?
Hey, enjoy your lurk. Thank you for the raid and bringing your community by, Bean. I appreciate you. Well, I found the director's office.
Yeah.
Finally found the stairs.
Where are these keys, by the way? Like, what rooms have we not explored that apparently have these keys in them?
I don't know. Or we're just doing a really bad job looking.
We must
I guarantee
be.
you we passed it up. I've already found things I've walked through doors on and be like, oh. It's going upstairs.
Does anybody else have a key on them that they just aren't realizing that they have?
If we did, it would show up in the top right.
All right.
It would automatically give you the key, or give everyone the key, so to speak.
How does that work?
Shared inventory, interdimensional pocket.
Do I just reach to my
Oh.
pocket and I can reach into your pocket at the same time?
It's the same pocket.
Oh. That has some very interesting dynamics. Oh, yeah, someone better run. You better find a hiding spot. He's coming for you. Oh, he got stuck on a wall. Never mind. He's fine.
I found the behind the teller section, and there was a cleaning supply there.
Well, that's good.
Which means
That's weird,
there could be a
because
key there.
Get out of
Yeah,
James'
a couple
pocket.
of
You don't know
times.
where it's been. I don't want to know, but that's okay.
There's probably
Where-
Kiss-Me-Key crumbs in there and stuff.
Yeah, probably. Among other things.
Or what other things, lady?
I don't know.
Wondering.
That's... Well, I'm in the... I don't know where I am. Uh-oh. Better run, better run, better run, better run, better run now. He's right around that corner. Better run really quick right now.
nothing in this locker room.
That's what I was looking at. I didn't see anything in there at all. That's weird, right?
Just
like,
like how
"Oh."
the locker
He's like, where did they go? I could have sworn he was right in front of me. Wow, that's weird. That's real weird. Weird. He's gone, by the way.
Which
No,
way?
never mind. Don't go. Don't come out. He came back. He heard me talking shit.
In the locker. Blah, da, 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 da. It's cozy.
I think he heard me talking shit. Okay, he might have left.
It's
Nope,
totally-
never mind. He came back. Don't come out.
All right. So this is the rest of the stream chat. It's locker room chat.
Okay, he is now going upstairs, so I think you're good for now. He went upstairs. Arctic, he's coming your way.
Heard. The one description that we did read, we were trying to sabotage our competitor. We were
Uh-oh.
in a we were running a cleaning
I found work.
company,
Ooh.
but we couldn't afford our own supplies, so our thought was to steal them from our competitor. But their place was guarded by, legend has it, their place was guarded by their founder, the
Yeah.
ghost of their founder.
Yeah. And he was also apparently a janitor.
Well, I
With a
found
mop.
B. B is.
Oh, nice.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Welcome on in. How are you?
I know where that is. Roughly.
I think
I'm in
that's
B.
upstairs.
I mean, Skeevely, it makes about as much sense as dark hours. You're gonna go steal
You better
from
hide,
these
hide,
rich
hide.
people.
I was like, all right, I'll go help Liam. Nope, the ghost wants to leave.
Yeah, I was going to say, you've been running around here with me next to you for like 5 minutes, and I did happen to notice that there's a little thing on your side that I can see, by the way. He went up.
What do you mean, Liam?
He might have gone upstairs.
Thank you very much.
Would you say you're running a clean operation? But tish.
Yeah, like dark hours, you're stealing these treasures from these super rich people who are guarded by fucking eldritch horrors.
Is he coming down the stairs?
Oh, he's at the stairs.
No, he's at the top of the stairs now.
Phone's ringing. That means he's close by.
Ding, ding, ding.
All right, is anybody? I've never seen or played Dark Hours before. Ah, yeah, you should check it out.
It's fun.
It's fun.
It's fun.
It's a fun game.
Go back downstairs.
It's very silly.
It is that.
Especially when Theo gets cock-blocked by Dyer.
That was really fun.
All right. Uh-oh, I hear music.
Going back downstairs. Looks like.
I'm hearing the music.
Oh, hi. Hi, Skeebly. God, dick. Was not expecting the swamp ghost. Skeebly waited till I left my little hidey hole and started.
Oh, damn, you found the underground key? God damn, I'm going to go towards that right now. I'm over right next to it. I'm going to go down underground, baby. Bam. Oh, I don't like this.
There is a
Yeah.
med kit here.
Okay. Oh, I set off an alarm. That's
Look
probably not
out,
good.
whoever's upstairs. He's upstairs somewhere. Be-doo, 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 be-doo.
There's... Okay, I found something. Oh, we need one more, guys. We need one more. One more thing.
He's
There you go,
downstairs.
Skeebly, I
going
fixed
up
it.
around. He's coming towards you, Leem.
Shit. Wait, I got the thing.
James.
No!
All this way.
Take it! I got it!
Like on
James.
I should have gotten 15 to 15. I died right as I grabbed the thing, so we do have the 15th thing.
Alright, now we just gotta get to the entrance and escape.
All right. But I'm dead, so I'll work on it.
jump the guardrail.
Good job, Leem.
I think the bean knows that we're up here.
I'm working on it. Oh, I don't know if that's drawing him anywhere. How did I get down here? Okay, there we go.
Oh, I would have waited to jump
Well,
until Art.
you know,
Leem made it
you do what you
upstairs. Or
can.
you go downstairs.
There
and be
are
fine.
one. Oh,
I'm
shit.
working.
Here he comes.
I'm working on it. I'm going as fast as I can. Excuse me.
James, get down here.
Yoink.
One player is still knocked out.
Oh,
I just gotta revive Leem.
Oh, no.
We did it.
Yay.
did you get an achievement?
50x.
No.
No.
No, no. Through friends, collect all cleaning products. We got one. What was our achievement?
I don't know. There's an achievement we got. I'm assuming it's to escape.
We didn't open another thing. Oh, that's like the first time we haven't done that.
Win one game on any difficult.
Damn it. I'm sorry, Leem.
Oh, you guys have this achievement, and I since I'm at 9 out of 10 for it. Get killed 10 times.
Well, I don't know if that's a good thing or not, but all right, I'm gonna go. We're gonna go pseudo tough guy here, and you can go ultra tough guy, and then whatever we're doing here.
Like 100 cleaning products, like 50 keys, revive 10 other players.
Damn.
Bet James gets that first.
Reviving? Maybe.
Yeah.
Hmm?
Win one game on Nightmare.
God.
Holy shit! I bet that's like impossible. I bet there's like multiple, like 3 or 4 ghosts coming at you at all times.
You guys realize we've played every game tonight on hard. It's only one step up.
That's fair.
This is difficult to be.
I heard that, Thanos.
Because I haven't changed it yet.
Interesting.
I click over to hard every time.
Nice.
Oh.
Well, then we are doing good.
All right. So which one do we want to do?
At the prison.
Hello, Thanos.
It was
93.
a ghost fart. That's the scariest fart of all.
I go back to the first one, or
Yeah, we didn't do very well there, so we could.
Or
Let's
there's
try
the
the
other prison.
Oh, there's the other prison. Okay.
There's 2.
There's more than one prison. This one has
There's
nice floors.
Dirtburg, which we did, and
Okay.
then there's Filthyville.
Alright,
You know what?
let's
Why
go.
not? Let's try Filthyville. That sounds pretty good. I don't see anything wrong with that. It's quite a name for a prison. I think it's appropriate. 100% appropriate.
Oh wait, we were arrested. Hey guys, I had arranged for your release by paying off the guards to open the door and allow you to take a helicopter. Can you imagine? Just before taking action, I learned that you have been transferred to another prison in the region. It's really unlucky, especially since I had already paid these people. But all is
Oh,
not lost.
Jazz.
The new
It's
prison means
simple
new
quantum
cleaning
anxiety
products
physics.
to steal.
When Nazan
and
gets
there's no
scared,
reason
the
why
molecular
the plan
composition of his
shouldn't
tail
work this
doubles
time.
in fluffiness,
It'd be
and his
crazy
ears
if the
power the mop of the
paranormal
dead.
follows you, right?
Without all that crying, we'd run out of cleaning supplies and dad jokes. Science.
At least there's not multiple like enemies here that can.
I don't know where they came up with that one, Thanos. That's not true at all.
Beep beep beep.
Well, beep, beep, beep.
Oh, wait, that actually went off.
Yeah, it did. You better run.
The other one did too, or the main one in the other prison did too.
Oh, nice. Well,
So
that
we
probably
need to
means the
find-
ghost knows where we are. So that's good. Huh. Wow, everything's all very we need 20 items. Jeezums. That's a lot
big
of
map.
that's a lot of cleaning supplies.
Yeah, why
he's
can't we
already-
just find like?
Coming this
Uh-oh,
way.
uh-oh, uh-oh. Huh.
Why can't we just find a box of cleaning supplies and just walk out with that?
Yeah, right? Why can't we just go to Target? He might be right behind me.
Get him! Get him, ghost!
That's not what you
Get him.
want. You don't want him to get me.
him.
No!
Get him.
No!
Don't root for the ghost. What's wrong with you?
Blame James! No!
Also, Gavely, if it's enticing for you, we paid 62 cents for this one.
We did. And it's worth every penny.
Join us. Join us in finding the evil.
Oh, you bitch!
No, they didn't find you already. James, this is what happens when you try and get this is what happens when you try and get me killed.
And yum 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 yum.
This is
Yum,
this
yum,
one's
yum, yum,
this one's
Oh,
on
this-
James.
This one is.
Over.
one's
God damn it. Well, that didn't last very long.
I can't resurrect you guys.
Well, someone has something because it hasn't killed us yet.
Yeah, I had one.
Oh, okay. Well, You know, James, don't wish death upon others, okay? It's, you know, not nice.
Always coming at you right now, Arctic. Full steam ahead. I don't know. I remember that a certain ringtail kind of led the ghost to me.
I didn't know you were in there. I just ran away, and then you happened to be in that room. That was an accident.
Sure.
And then when I saw you in there, I definitely wasn't like, go after them. I definitely didn't do that.
Yeah, we do need to play Nuclear Nightmare sometime.
Oh god, we do. Those were fun. Nuclear Nightmare actually turned out to be pretty good once it works.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll fly the chopper. You'll be safe.
Okay, so definitely get it. Well, actually, to be fair, I think it's worse when I fly it than you.
I do think James does have the best pilot record.
Yeah, because when I flew it, I didn't know I was flying, and I crashed it immediately. And then, yeah.
Great.
You went into the sky somehow. Oh shit! You can't open doors.
I lasted 2 minutes.
Survived
I
2
just
minutes.
made it.
Survived 2 minutes. Jesus. That was a good round, guys. Congratulations.
120 experience for lasting 4 minutes and 150 for completing the whole game last round.
Listen, it's more than no one can call us 1 minute us. So that's more than enough.
I did get my die 10 times achievement.
Nice. Nice. That's all
How
you
you
could ever
doing,
want.
Decimator? Oh, there's a die 50 times achievement.
Ooh. This
Reminds
game
you of
kind of
the
reminds me of
Lunch
Lunch
Lady
Lady.
horror.
I never played that. That would be kind of fun. Ow.
Did we play Ways Bank
I don't think so.
or just the Counterfeit Bank? I think we just did the Counterfeit Bank.
No, we did do the counterfeit one. We didn't do the ways. So this is not James's bank.
Oh.
I thought we did this one.
No, we
No,
did
we
the
did
counterfeit.
the
We did your
counterfeit
bank.
bank.
Yeah, that was your bank.
Mm-hmm. We did
Oh
this
wait,
one.
no, we did do this one.
Ah,
This
shit.
is the one we won on.
Ah.
So
We did not do the counterfeit. Wait, how do you know the difference?
wait. We did do the counterfeit. Wait, what?
What?
I'm confused.
This is very confusing.
Did we quit out and select a different one, or just
Maybe.
do this one?
Might as well. Well, we
Let's
can
just,
finish.
let's put, whoa, there's the ghost. He's already here. Shit. I'm hiding. Let's just keep going. We'll just finish where we start. What's the worst that could happen?
You get nipped.
Probably.
Not in a nice JamesFox way.
Oh, see, now you're admitting that's what you're doing. I see. It's good to know.
Well, I can be nice.
Can you?
There's nothing saying I
Well,
can't be.
I think that's what we're saying all along, but you deny it. Now you're saying that's true. Ah!
I'll just stick the ghost on you then, I guess.
Apparently you did.
Watch
Okay.
some of the original Addams Family series. Nice.
Adam's Family. Ba-da-da-dum.
I turned the corner on the stairs, and there he was. He found me.
I don't think the loot respawns in different spots.
I think it's the same.
I think it is.
Well, good news. I don't remember it at all. So,
Good news, everyone. James is gonna carry our asses.
yeah. I found
'Cause he
one.
knows where all the loot is.
I found some cleaning milk.
He found someone on level 2. Whoever's in the corner, he's coming at you.
Oh, he definitely is.
We can do, get out!
Um,
I'm dead. Oh, you can jump those damn things?
You
Oh,
sure
that
can.
made that a lot easier.
That's
I
how
found
I've been juking them.
I found a closet. Okay.
Well, the med packs are in different areas, or unless someone grabbed them from that area.
I don't have one.
I do not have one.
Oh, so then they do. Maybe they are changing with the times.
Why did you say it like that?
Oh,
They're changing with the times.
brought to you by Raid Shadow Legends.
Oh my god.
I don't know where I am. Well,
You're
that
on
seems
the map.
fine. I am. You're right.
Motherfucker. I
Did
saw
he
him
get-
come around the corner.
Oh, did
and
he
I
get
was
you?
Swear! Instead
Yeah.
of swear.
I will always. What do you mean? I'm not a PG Fox. I'm a PG-13 Fox.
Uh-huh, sure. I don't think we buy that. Have we found
don't
any of the
You just have to watch.
have we found any of the first aid kits here?
Yes.
Oh.
James
Well, that's good.
PG. Are you
James
sure
is
about
James is G. Come on now.
that? I ain't no G.
You are G.
It grows.
Pretty gross. Damn.
Pretty
Damn,
gay.
Thanos. Pretty gay. Yeah, right? Uh-oh.
I actually have a t-shirt that says that.
Pretty
Which
gay.
is rated PG. Pretty gay.
Pretty gay. Uh-oh.
Whoever's on the first floor is booking it to, I don't know what I would call this.
I don't either.
I am not gonna die in this bathroom loop. Maybe I am.
Ba-da-da-dum.
Yep, dying in the bathroom loop.
All right. Well, that's a shame. I have not found a single freaking thing.
Leem run. Leem run.
Why am I running?
Cause he's there. Ba-da-da-dum.
Ba-da-da-dum-da-dum.
He ran away from me.
He's
Yeah, well,
running
I'm-
towards you now.
I'm in a closet. He can't get me here. As far as I
That's
know.
what you think.
Yeah.
Ba-da-da-dum. He's still here. He's
Oh,
still
Jesus
here.
Christ.
He wants noms.
I hear
You know,
him.
it's actually easier to find. Oh, you fucker.
What? Did you get
Saved. Oh no! Arctic has joined for the second
Achievement.
that son of a bitch?
That was great.
He just turned a corner. There he was. Oh my god. All right.
and
Well,
then
that did work out the way I was planning. So, we got a new character, except it's the same one. He just has a different outfit.
What do you mean the same one?
Well, because the second one, the one in white, it's just a different
Oh,
version
yeah,
of
you're
that.
right.
Yeah. But he's got a really cool red outfit now, so that's cool.
Yeah. Real cool.
Real cool. Real cool. He's
All right,
pretty cool
well,
like
if we
that.
didn't do James's bank, we got to check out James's bank.
Yeah, we never did the
How did we not
counterfeit.
do that?
I don't know. I thought this is what we did do, but apparently it wasn't because it was the other one. And
It's a counterfeit bank. We got sent to the wrong one. It's counterfeit.
yeah, we went to the counterfeit bank.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, there we go.
Oh, I can force it to go on James. Okay. I didn't think that was gonna work.
Wait, it looks exactly the same.
This is the one we did.
Wait, they're both the same.
Wait, this one's got a pipe.
Oh, okay. What? There's a
I'm
pipe?
confused.
All right,
Yeah,
well.
look at the lobby. At the lobby, look up. Midway, there's a big red pipe.
Oh. Okay. Then it's very different. My bad.
We're different. Got 3/4 inch pipe.
Yeah, you know, this. Oh, shit!
Pretty good counterfeit, apparently.
He found me. Oh, okay. He's right behind me. He's right behind me. He's right behind. I just cannot turn around because if I do, he's gonna catch me.
Yeah, we have done this one. Because I remember the storeroom.
Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Get it. Get it. I didn't get it. Ah, fuck. I found a bucket. Poor James is over there just standing. Hi, James. We started. You better run. He's coming for you, James.
Probably gonna be the only one that survives.
He's coming for you. James, he's coming for you right now.
Oh wait,
James, he's coming for you right now.
are we back in the game?
Yes.
Get ready up.
I didn't know that it would do it without everybody ready.
Apparently, Arctic can override you, James.
I'm glad I didn't die right away.
I know it got me, but not you somehow, and I was on the move. I found a key. I don't know what it's to, but it's right here.
Find you a med pack first.
I'm coming upstairs.
Oh,
The
I'm
key.
stuck on geometry. Underground is locked.
There's a bucket. Oh shit.
Better run, better run, better run, better run, better run now. Better run, better run, better run, better run. There's a ghost coming after you. Oh, there's another thing right here. I have marked
He's
it.
still coming.
Oh, yeah, he is. He's right behind you. Oh, good job. Oh, never. What? How did he do that? He wasn't even near you.
No, it's bullshit.
That was bullshit. James, you're the only one left.
Okay. And this is when they knew they're in trouble.
And that is when they knew they were in some serious trouble.
The counterfeit bank is almost identical to the real bank.
Yeah. How do you know the difference? I mean, this is a really good counterfeit.
It really is.
I found a first aid kit. I have marked it on the map.
That scared the shit out of you, did it?
Well, that's good. That means the game is working. And that is
Yeah.
what we want to see.
That's when people come in and be like, this isn't horror. I thought you were playing horror this month. People would disagree with you.
Yeah, some people would disagree. It's like when I was playing Spooky Minecraft the other day.
Spooky craft.
I did. I played a mod called The Broken Script. And it was pretty scary. It was actually pretty scary.
Well, I think I'm gonna have the trouble that Arctic had the other day or other game. I don't know where the stairs are.
I think they're in the same place.
They are literally in the same place as the other bank, I think. Okay, I have marked like 18 things up on the top floor, just a heads up.
Oh shit, I'm dead. I'm so dead. Get fucked, you smelly bastard.
Arctic's leading him back to me. Yeah.
No, oh my god, he is like right by, oh god, he got him. Yeah, he was like, he was reaching out and trying to grab you by the hair.
Don't mop my rudder. That's weird.
It was a little weird.
Instantly regret saying that.
All right, clip it.
Nope.
Maddie?
He's busy.
You don't like
But
that
you can
sentence?
turn your flash. You can turn your flashlight on when you're
Yeah,
done.
yeah, you sure can. James, you found the stairs. Yay.
Well, like that's yeah, me neither. Me neither. 9 to 15, you can do it.
James, he also found the stairs. James, he also run. Oh God. We learned that doesn't always work, James.
Hey, it works so far.
Okay.
God damn, it's in the bathroom.
He's just standing on the stairs. No,
Yeah.
we went downstairs.
No, I went down.
Oh, there's another set of stairs.
Yep. And over here is a first aid kit.
Is it?
Yeah, you can see it marked through the wall. I marked it.
So I could keep it? Cool.
You could do that, but why would you want to?
Or you could use it on me.
Well, too late, because I'm alive.
and
I know.
walks around the corner.
Yeah, right? He probably would, actually.
First,
Alright.
your sudden but inevitable betrayal.
Oh, nope, he's actually up
Here
here
he
somewhere.
comes. Here he comes.
Fuck. Where is he?
Chasing me now.
Okay.
Oh, he's going after Liam,
Fuck.
I think.
You know the difference between this bank and the other bank? There's no hiding spots. I just realized that.
Yep.
The little closet
Yep.
things are gone. Where the
But
monitor?
we're not dead. We're knocked on our ass.
Yeah, we get
That's-
majorly molested. Okay, hold on.
Oh
that him?
my God, Liam.
Is this the monitoring room? It is not.
He smacks us in the head with his mop handle.
Yeah,
What?
that's
How'd
That's-
you get me on the damn pipe?
what he does.
He did the same thing to me.
Yeah, he can get you over the ledge. All right, where's the monitoring room? Oh, can I do that? I don't have a med kit. I saw a red light.
I think it's downstairs.
Okay. I saw a flashing red light. Oh, there he is. He's downstairs. So he's not near me at the moment, which is good. But he could probably get up here at any moment.
It's good.
It's good. All right. I have a key to said monitoring room.
Keep pressing. Oh, he's back upstairs.
I'm down. He doesn't know what hit him. Or didn't hit him, because I
Nothing
know
hit him.
where.
He hits us.
Yeah.
See, this is where, and I do have a cheating med kit.
You do?
I do.
Well, how dare you?
This is where you found me, so.
Uh-oh.
He
He
is,
ain't playing.
Uh-oh.
he is currently where we're at.
Okay. He sounded a lot closer to that than I thought.
No,
Oh,
he's
fuck.
upstairs with James and I.
Okay.
Or he was. Got a med kit.
We're at market.
I'm coming. I can
How do
grab you.
How do you mark it?
E. Like
Well,
when you're,
I did.
if you click on it in E, then I should be able to see it.
Arctic.
I see it. Oh God, he's
Okay,
down here. He's down
so-
here. He's down here.
Oh, he's down there. All right, let me revive real quick.
I don't know where he went. Oh, there he is.
I feel better somehow.
Yay! You have bandaged his wounds. Fuck.
He's upstairs again.
Okay. Why do I hear him so loudly when he's upstairs? He's on me.
Oh, he's on you?
I guess because I'm hearing the heartbeat thing.
Oh, never mind then.
Oh yeah, he's right by me.
Right when we monitoring room. The
We have that-
room of
we have that- yeah.
monitoring.
Okay, I got away. The jump thing works from time to time. Does not always work. Is that the monitoring room?
Up
I'm
on the
dead.
ground.
I'm dead.
Arctic, no!
No!
Why did I stop running? Why did I stop running? There's nothing here.
That's a shame.
Shame, shame, shame. He's coming downstairs and he means it.
Why? Why does he mean anything? Does he got to be such a meanie, big eeny weeny, meanie. Or whatever I just said.
I don't know if I'm allowed to repeat what you just said.
Yeah, probably not. I wouldn't. Okay, I don't think this monitoring room exists. I'm just gonna
Oh, it
call it right
exists.
now.
Somewhere.
We just haven't found it.
Yeah, but how hard? Hi, how?
Hi.
I don't. Hi, I can't revive you. I'm sorry.
The director's office is in the same spot. What's in that corner? I didn't check that one. Think he's back upstairs? No?
I have no idea.
They have lots of snack machines in here, though.
They do. That's nice, you know.
Whoever has that vending contract
Is this it?
making
I found it. I found the
pretty
monitoring
good.
room.
There we go.
I found a key. Director's office. Where is that?
Upstairs.
Okay.
He is right next to me.
Okay, good. Well, that might not be good. Oh, he's right next to me.
And Liam has been eaten by the mouse. And
Okay.
deep cleaned.
Damn it. I got deep cleaned. Deep. I got real deep cleaned. Goddamn.
Oh man, and I thought my my line there was not great.
Oh, he knew exactly where I was at.
Oh, no.
Lame.
We almost had it. We were only 2 away. And if I could just get to the director's office. Would've been fine.
I'd like to point out that we survived 13 and 14 and 15 minutes.
Yep. That's pretty good. All right. Did we get... All right. Well, we didn't get another character.
Blah, 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 blah.
We should go to the original one so that we can like redeem ourselves. Or whatever that was.
Yep. Clean sweepers.
Hello guys,
office.
after analyzing the market, I think time has come for us launching our cleaning business. But unfortunately, we don't have the funds to buy our first cleaning products. But I've got the solution. Steel! I need you to go to the clean sweeper's office and borrow 10 cleaning products. Don't get caught by anything. Hurrah! You'll find out on the spot.
The key is
Okay.
borrow. We're not stealing, we're borrowing.
No, he literally says
But
steel
it
in the note.
literally
It
said
literally says
steel.
steel. Yeah. Like he's pretty explicit about that.
Who puts that in writing?
Yeah, that seems like
Come
a bad
on, dude.
idea.
Is this your first?
Yeah, it could.
Oh my god!
Did the Steam thing break?
This Steam killer.
Did that kill you?
Yup.
Holy shit. Oh, they all do that. That didn't happen the first time we did this.
Oh.
Leem,
Yeah?
welcome to Nightmare.
Oh, you did
Oh.
Nightmare? Oh, for God's sake. No wonder. All right, well, now we know, I guess. Is it just
How do you
random?
turn them off?
I don't know. They kind of randomly turn off on their own.
Well, yeah,
I'm wondering if there's a like.
Oh, I
valve
see. There's
shift.
a valve. Oh God, he's right behind me. He's right behind me. Oh God, this takes too long. This takes too long. Okay, I got it. Ah!
somebody just went down.
I hear him, but I don't see him.
Hello, I don't have a first aid kit.
It's fine.
Oh, they're back
Achievement.
on. They're back on. But they're... How does that work?
Yeah,
I don't
I
understand.
really think it's just random or on a timer.
Yeah, but I closed the thing. I guess there must be more than one.
Is it
There
just
must-
the Steam, or is there a ghost on this
Whoa!
as well?
Yeah, there's a ghost. I hear him. But there must be another, like, Steam thing somewhere.
I found a key in the conference room down here.
That's good. Oh, it's fucking locked. I don't know when this thing's gonna go off. There it goes.
See, I think they have bigger worries than the Steam, or than us stealing the cleaning supplies.
Yeah, they might want to check out their Steam pipe issue. There seems to be an issue there.
Workspace B. Oh, I see the ghost.
I found workspace B. There is literally nothing
oh
in
my.
here.
There is an incoming break for athletics in 2 minutes.
That's kind of bullshit. All right, let's see what's back here. Ooh, found something. What's this?
Oh, the monster has found someone.
Okay, I got workspace A key. Ah!
I wonder who it was.
Found Lee.
God damn it. I turned the corner and there he was. Oh. I'm glad I did not do that yet.
He's back in the main hallway. Now
He's in the bathroom. Yeah, I see him. He's with me.
I don't see any valves to turn these things off.
I found one, but I already did it. I'm not sure where the other one is. There's got to be more than one, but I don't know where it is. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Okay, so pro tip:
Yeah.
don't jump them.
Okay.
It doesn't work.
That's fair.
Oh, hi, hon. Thank you.
Hi, Cola Bean.
Hello, Cola.
James says hi. Leem says hi.
Hi, cutie bots. Hi, Leem.
Not cute.
Yeah. You say what? This one's never gonna end. Oh God, he's coming. Oh God, I gotta go. No! Ah, fuck! I had to.
What part of don't jump them?
I had no choice. It was either that or the other guy was gonna get me. He was right behind me, and it was never ending. It was like a never-ending jet. Frick. How dare he?
Indeed.
I mean, he dares very, very hard, but that's neither here nor there. Okay, that was fun. We're really good at that map. You know what I mean? That
We
map
are
is
super good.
yeah. The
Do we want to try it again on Nightmare, or do we want to do it on hard?
we could whatever, man. We gotta learn whatever we gotta learn. You know, we gotta get good. I guess.
What do you think, James?
Hmm?
You want to get
Do you wanna do it
good, or
again-
do you want to
try it again on Nightmare, or do you want to do it on hard?
Up to you, Beans.
Do you like steam
Y'all are
pipes?
super helpful.
You're welcome.
Do you like steam pipes or no?
The steam pipes have already made my fur very knotted up. It's bad for me.
Interesting. All right, go for it. Let's get them all knotted up, huh?
Let's get the fox all knotted up. Excuse me.
Chanson de l'Oignon is a French military
steam
marching
just
song
makes
about
my fur
soldiers
all
loving
like
onions
that.
and their mighty power. Literally, it's a catchy tune where they hype up how strong and proud onions make them. French soldiers really had strong feelings about their veggies, huh? Almost as strong as Nathan has for mop water.
Sure.
The key is not in the same spot as it was last time.
Okay.
I'm very
All
glad
of
that
this.
they get. Oh,
Oh,
here's another med kit.
that's good. Uh-oh, I think I found the ghost.
iPod Andrew?
Yeah, I found him. I mean, more so, I guess he found me, but either way. You know, the pipe placement in some of these rooms is very questionable.
Yeah, agreed.
Nodding James? Yeah, that's what he said. He said it gives them knots.
It messes up my fur, okay?
Yeah, it knots him up. Guys.
Not good for my fur, okay?
Uh-huh. Yeah, nodding is not good for his fur, is what he's saying.
Gets them all frizzled.
Yeah, it gets him a little frizzled.
Oh, hey, steam valve.
Yeah. I don't know if that like gives you like some time or what does it do? Uh-oh.
I closed the steam valve, the gas shut off. It just says the gas is cut off.
Removing knots can hurt. Yeah, I know, right? From your fur. Oh, I found a first aid kit. Nice.
So I think the steam valves turn off the ones that don't stop.
That makes sense.
The other ones are on loop timers.
Okay. Apparently a phone is going off in here.
Your stair trick doesn't work, Arctic. Just so you know.
Your stair
What
trick?
do you mean?
Apparently
Well,
it
it's
didn't
just
say
fine.
Get underneath the stairs and then you got me.
Well, you didn't go deep enough then.
Uh-oh. Hide.
Do you not have any keys?
No.
No, we've not found one key yet.
Oh, that was so close.
Yeah, he was like in the same room as me too. Oh, he's in the same room as me. I can't go that way. Fuck! Yep, there I am. He got me.
The Leem is down. I repeat, the Leem is down.
Alright, I'm gonna try and get away from him a little bit. Gonna sneak over. I found workspace B, which we do not have a key.
Seem to be a little bit stuck.
We might be.
He's behind me.
That's not good. Oh, hi. Uh-oh.
Tara, you bean,
Uh-oh.
how are you?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
How's the tree corn bean? You're doing good? Heck yeah. I am doing fantastic. Currently,
been on the top floor the whole
unaliving
time?
steam pipes. Apparently, the steam pipe is not good for my fur. It keeps unaliving me.
Yeah. It knots him.
It puts my fur in knots. It tingles the fur, okay?
Yeah. That's, we said the same thing.
It knocks them all over and gets them all hot and steamy.
Yes, and then
Well, I have it. I found a key, but I died. He was right around the corner from me. So if you get to workspace B, you're in good shape.
I know I saw that, and I wasn't saying anything.
I think he went your direction, James.
I am not up.
Okay, I think he went your direction, Arctic.
I hear him.
Okay.
I'm actually attempting to kind of figure out where everything's at first.
Oh, roar
Workspace.
yourself, you bastard.
Workspace C is
Oh, God.
downstairs.
Oh, God. Oh, God, he's right behind you.
Fine, I'm in my safety zone.
Oh, yeah?
The stairs that don't work.
Works just fine.
It worked for him. It worked. You know what? I can't fault him. It did work, actually, James. It might have just been you.
Like I said, you didn't go deep enough.
Nope.
How would I
Gonna-
know?
Oh, what does this do? Oh,
Not
I can
it.
unlock workspace B even though I'm dead.
You can still open doors.
I found the first made
First made kit.
first made kit.
But oh shit!
Oh God. Is this how it ends?
Nope.
No.
I'm in my safety zone.
All right.
Get in
Good
the
s-
zone. Safety zone.
Auto zone. So I'm in workspace B. I found there's nothing in here except for like health kit. First aid. That's it so far. Which is kind of
he's in
lame.
there.
Because that's not.
He's in B at the moment. Where you go?
Get into B.
No, he's oop, I am stuck. He is coming your way now.
He's coming around the mountain when he comes.
Bye.
See ya. Rawr. Two can play at that game. Rawr.
That was bullshit.
Rawr.
I was running from my hiding spot, and both sides of the steam vents on that pillar went off at the same time. That was bullshit.
All right, I've marked a couple of items in there.
It looks like you actually picked up the key for A.
Somebody did. Whoa. Oh, there he is. Oh, shit. Hey, I think he found you.
Eileen.
Hi.
God damn it. Go away.
I don't think he wants to. Oh, no. We lost.
That's enough.
Wait, does somebody
fine.
have a thing? Oh,
I do.
okay.
I picked up the med kit that you marked, but you never stopped. You crawled through steam before I could resurrect you.
Hey, listen. No, this Leem don't stop for no one. No how. This Leem is always on the move. Where am I right now? I have no idea where I am.
Oh, wait.
Oh, I opened up
I'm
workspace
down.
A.
Down. I have a med kit. I can just walk through all this steam shit.
You could, and I found
And buy the
workspace A over here.
and cheese the hell out of this.
Yeah, we're gonna cheese the shit out of this ghost. This ghost has never seen so much cheese. This is a very interesting painting.
Yeah, it is.
All right.
I can just walk around marking stuff.
Yeah. I found another one over here.
Good at Theo.
The cleaning supply.
Yeah. So we have one there. I'm trying to see the ones that you've marked. 1, 2, 3. So we just need to find like 2 more.
2 more.
Yeah, Ghost is very angry that we're doing this.
Yeah, he's not happy with us right now. He's like, shit, you figured it out. What the hell is wrong with you? How dare you?
Oh, I need a workspace C for that door.
Oh, I found the monitoring room.
Nice.
I should probably stand back up. You know, just to be a good sport. Oh, wait, no, here's Andrew.
Listen, all I'm saying is that... What was that sound?
I found a key.
Oh, I found the monitoring room as well. Well, don't forget to mark it.
I did. I marked it.
Good, good, good. You know, as many times as somehow we've managed to have developers watch us play a game and then make changes to a game, maybe they're... I'm just saying, this might be prime opportunity.
Yeah, like put a countdown or something.
Yeah, there
Maybe
should be
like
like a
30
countdown.
seconds.
Yeah. But I'm not
yeah, but
saying...
you're camping me right now.
Oh, yeah, so...
You've got to be kidding me. Instantly.
Gus is like, well,
That was more than
I was just
6
the only one that has
That was more than 6 minutes. Are you kidding me?
The ghost has one once again.
That's me. They call me 6-minute Leem. All right. Well, that
I
went
don't know
well.
if I would advertise that.
No.
Oh. We're here again. I see. All right, let's find stuff and things. Oh, there's like a hiding spot in here now.
Oh yeah, there's a few hiding spots. Let's go.
Oh shit!
Gia found? Oh no! Oh, I can't open that. Oh shit! We need like all the keys.
Found B, workspace B.
Okay. Good, because I'm next to workspace A. So close enough. I found another key. Workspace A. Perfect. I'm in. I can't carry it. There's another med kit up by me.
Can you mark it?
I can't, not unless I'm dead. I guess.
Lame.
I know, right?
I see a flashlight through that wall. Monitoring room. Maybe I don't.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, ruh-roh. I don't need that phone.
See him on either side.
I found a key. Workspace C.
Okay, I don't think he's up here anymore. Boo!
You lied to me.
Uh-oh. Well, he wasn't where I was. You brought him to me. All right, let's see.
Okay.
If I were a workplace C,
Oh, shit.
where would I be?
In the basement.
Okay.
Actually, you might be in the basement, actually.
That makes sense. I don't
Is
know
there
where the
a
basement
basement?
is. I have no
There
idea.
is.
Oh. Well, then how do we get there? Hmm?
Back at the main entrance.
Hmm? Oh, like I know where that is. Wait, what's this? I found nothing.
This guy is camping me.
Oh, that's not good. But the good news is, if he's doing that to you, he's not doing it to us. So therefore,
Yep.
we're safe.
Okay, I don't hear him hissing anymore.
That's good.
That's not good.
Well, it could be one
Oh,
of
wait,
those
never
two.
mind. I don't. It sounded always. No, he's right back. He's here.
Okay. Oh, I found him.
Another med kit.
I found him real good. Come on,
There's
come on,
another
come on,
med
come on.
kit.
Oh,
Well, Charlie has a workspace. Charlie has a lot of med kits. It's also
Ah.
oh, there's another stairs.
All right, I'm at the front. Where,
I got the
where's-
monitoring room. Oh, there's another med kit.
wait! You found
Where
work.
are you?
Somebody found workplace place
Oh.
C.
Yeah, James did. Oh,
Oh.
there's a stairs down.
Oh, where? How do you? Where do you?
Bathroom.
What? I have no idea where you guys are.
What?
Oh,
I
no.
hide in the thing.
He got you. Are you guys both downstairs?
Yep.
for long.
I'm across James. Leave me. Don't go down the stairs.
Oh God! Oh God! Oh God! He's coming for me. He's coming for me. I hear him thumping. I don't know what he's thumping. I'm almost there. I'm almost there. I'm almost there. I'm almost there. I
I've not
saved.
finished clearing downstairs.
Okay. I found this thing. I don't hear him anymore.
There's an incapacitated otter downstairs.
On my way, as long as he's not over here. Provided.
Okay, so I will say the rest of the stuff is probably downstairs. Because the
Oh.
monitoring room is clear.
Okay.
Hello.
Oh, I think he's right behind me. Run.
No, I think he's above us.
Oh, okay, good.
Just in case.
Ooh. Perfect. Hi.
There's another med kit over here if anyone needs it.
All right.
Just grabbed one.
You just grabbed one? Alright.
I don't know where he is right now, but I hear him.
Oh, that's good. I see his light.
Hiding, hiding. Do not try and take my haul. This haul is meant for me.
I'll take it.
I'm sorry. I'm not supposed to take what?
What now? And James,
I heard.
that was you. No, yours was the worst comment of all.
What?
Don't worry about it.
Uh-huh. You're just missing one more cleaning supply.
Yep.
And
One-
it
Oh,
probably
oh.
might be upstairs then.
My
One
hiding.
more cleaning supple. Oh, he's upstairs.
Oh, he is? Okay, good. Because I heard him so clearly, but he was not near me. I found a donut. That doesn't
downstairs?
count. He is downstairs?
Gleam, I'm in your hole.
No! Get out of my hole! There's a hole that
I
was
like
meant
it
for
in
me.
here.
It was meant for me and only for me.
Hidey hole, Brad. Hidey hole.
Yeah. That's what we mean. Sure.
This is a Christian Minecraft server?
Nathan, what do you mean, Thanos, and how do you know that? All right. Where else could these things be?
I mean, he's right. I'm in it.
Yeah, it's true. I don't.
I just heard
know.
growls come from two separate directions.
I saw a light. Oh god, he's somewhere around here. Oh, he's coming. He's coming. He's coming.
Found a med kit.
Cool. You might need it soon.
I found the med kit too.
You bitch. Every time I go upstairs, he's right there.
I found another med kit if anybody needs it. It's on the top floor.
He hit me through the railing of the
Oh.
staircase.
Yeah, he's a dick.
That's how I died.
Yep.
That's why I was like, your secretive underneath the stair trick doesn't work.
It does, if you actually get under it. But he can hit you while you're trying to get in there.
Yeah, he does not respect your hole.
No, you might even say he disrespects your hole.
He disrespects it. He ruins your hole. You gotta watch out. You don't want to get your hole ruined by a ghost.
For some reason, I want to watch Hell of a Boss again now.
I can't
couldn't tell you
imagine.
why.
Can't imagine why. Yeah.
Oh,
Okay, he better not like be right here, because he would do that.
thank you.
Although I do want to point out that I think you had one.
I did. I
Oh.
was trying to.
Oh,
not
you were
get
you were
killed
searching.
by him.
Fair enough. Ah! You hate it so much.
Oh,
What
I
do you?
found it. I found it.
You found it? Get it. Okay, we gotta go. We gotta go. We gotta go. How do we? Where's the?
Yep, we gotta get out of here.
Okay.
Front door.
Which is the front door? Where am I right now?
This other way.
Okay. Uh-oh.
That's a red light. What's wrong, Brad?
Oh god, he's like camping outside my hole.
Oh, there it is.
Let's go, Liam.
I'm running. Dun 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 dun. Where is this place that I'm trying to go right now? I don't
You're
know.
almost there. I see your
You're
light.
almost there. I see it.
Which way is it?
Go through the double doors going up the stairs.
There's double doors up the stairs.
Go back to that main hallway you're in.
Okay. Do I turn somewhere? Oh no, he's right there.
Run! Just run!
I don't know where to go.
Get over here.
Fuck.
Did he get you?
Yeah, he got
He
me.
got you. Follow this way.
I'm going
James,
as
we
fast
need to be
as...
elsewhere.
Oh god, yeah, you need to be somewhere else right now. Oh, I was so close.
You really were.
All right. I'm gonna be near the door.
All right, I'll revive you.
Run! Run!
All right.
Okay, so
Come on,
he's
get
in
up,
that hallway, so be
Get
ready.
up, get up.
Okay,
All right,
okay.
James, get in the thing. Get in the thing.
Hold
Get in the
on,
thing, get in the
he's
thing, get in
front of
the-
me.
It's fine. Just run as fast as you can.
I'm coming.
I see your light. I see your light.
I see his too.
Okay. Ah, we made it. Yes.
Oh.
Woo!
So that's normal.
That was normal
apparently
difficulty.
has- Yes.
Oh, good. That's good. Why did it growl at us like there?
Because we're
Is he still
technically
on
still
it?
on the map.
Oh. Hey, we got a new character thing. Look at me. I got the big muscles.
Muscle shirt.
Yeah. Well, that was good. We did good. We won. In the office.
We did.
We have redeemed ourselves.
Yeah, sure. Something like that.
Which one haven't we done?
We've done most of
Don't
them. Have we done?
recognize this one,
Yeah,
I don't
Grime
think.
Fighter's office. Maybe we haven't done this one. This seems like the one we just did, but similar, but maybe slightly different.
This is definitely not the one we just did.
Okay. Well, good. This looks different. Yeah.
Medikit.
That's a good start.
He's in the elevator.
That's not a good start.
Whoa.
Okay. Don't go that way.
That's the only way we can go.
Apparently it's not right now because we can't go that way.
Use
All
your
right.
stairs, monitoring room.
All right.
Monitoring room.
Workspace B. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's not good. I can't go that way. Crap, 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 crap. This opens up. Can't... Ah, this... I found a key. All right, stairs. Ah!
Right near the beginning.
Cool. He was right there. Oh, there's a hiding spot right there. Damn it. If I had only known. Oh, look, we got 1:15. We're rock stars.
I'm glad doors count as blocking.
Hey, look, there's a thing here. All right. All right. I gotta get towards the front. I'll find the stairs. Oh wait, there's.
Found another medi kit.
Okie dokie.
Oh, I found the ghost.
That's good. Keep him distracted.
Well, I found a hidey place.
That'll work. I don't remember where the stairs were. I found the stairs. That was pretty easy, actually. Okay, there's a med kit over here if anybody needs one where I'm at.
I do need one. I don't know where you are, though.
Booga booga booga.
Booga booga. you.
Oh, here's
Your
a medi
ass.
kit.
You.
The booga
Teo,
booga
a
booga,
booga
didn't get
booga
me. It
booga.
was you literally running through my character.
Hey, Teo,
Jordan.
what's up?
Teo
Hi,
Bean.
Teo.
Hi, Teo Bean.
There's another med kit in that office that James and I were just next to.
There is literally nothing downstairs.
Yeah. That was Silent Hill 2.
Was it silent?
Was it hilly?
Was there?
Were there two of them?
Oh, so are you a big fan of James now, Teo? Do you think James is a pretty cool dude? Not this James.
Trick Duty.
Yeah, not
Trick
this
question.
James, but James Sunderland, and also James the Fox. No. He's, yeah, that's true. Oh, there's like 2 keys in the same room.
Did you just no to the Hall of the Mountain King? No.
I did not intentionally, but I guess it worked well. We got the water ending. It's pretty dark. It sure is.
Ooh.
Okay, I've opened up several rooms here.
But you're an honor. You like the water though.
Yeah, you would like
I
the
got a
water.
monitoring room.
Uh-oh.
Wait,
Ooh.
the water ending? There's multiple endings?
There are multiple endings, yeah.
Boo. Workspace A.
Okay.
Means I'm gonna have to play it multiple times to get multiple endings. 8 endings. I'm not playing it 8 times.
There are 8 endings, yeah. But you got to play F now, Teo. It turns real.
Silent Hill F that.
Yeah, F that. It turns real anime. You'll love it. It goes from Silent Hill to anime in 0.24 seconds.
I would make the same reference that I did to you, Liam, but Theo has never played Doki Doki
Oh yeah.
and refuses to.
You should play. You should play Doki Doki. You would find it interesting.
I think Theo would enjoy it because it's the right kind of a little creepy and just a lot fucking weird.
Right.
Just based on what I know of it.
I'm too stupid to. You can't be too stupid
What
to
do
play
you
Doki
mean?
Doki.
You're not actually writing literature, you know?
Yeah, they don't actually
That's
make
what
you
it's
do that.
called.
Yeah.
It's a dating sim, not a homework sim.
Yeah, you're dating girls in high school. You know. Something
I
I'm sure you're. Yeah, right. All you gotta do is date some high school girls. What's wrong with
Nathan's
that?
feet are a high-level cryptid
Yeah, what
sea
could be
You see one toe,
more
and suddenly your
terrifying
brain
than
fills
that?
with
Yeah.
math errors. He's just worried the conspiracy will start rating lemur footprints.
Ah!
Honestly, I'd be sensitive too if I had those stripy wiggly foot noodles.
Get away from me! Get away from me! Get away from me! Get away from me! Get away from me, please! No, no, no! I don't want any! I don't want any! I don't need any! I don't need that! I'm gonna go up here.
It's
See,
right
it's
there.
right there.
What's right where?
The
Confused.
ghost. I don't know. The ghost is right behind me. Oh, okay. He's still behind me. He's okay. He may have given up. I think he gave up on me. Cool, cool, cool. I'm kind of gay, so
Oh,
you
the
see,
monitoring.
dating girls, especially bratty ass high school girls, ain't gonna fly with me. Listen, you're not actually dating them.
It's a sim.
Yeah, you're simulating it.
You know, if you're playing like a flight sim, you're not actually a pilot. It's a simulator.
Yeah. You're only pretending that you're going to date high school girls. Also, even if you were not gay, you probably shouldn't actually date high school girls, Theo. So I'm just saying it's a sim, okay? I would probably recommend to get... Ah!
You'd
Also
recommend
recommend-
Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God.
Liam has been attacked by the evil mob. Oh god, he's right there.
Liam has been at.
Mm.
What did we get? Director's office.
Mateo, we found your hidden under staircase shenanigans.
Okay, so
It kind of
Theo,
works.
then a game you should play if you want to do that is called Date Everything.
Sure,
It-
he's got 1,000 hours in it. No, he doesn't.
He probably does. Because you can date literally everything, and a lot of them are guys, and that's okay.
Hey. Hi, Bean. Thank you for the resub. Thank you for the 11 months. No, 16 months. 11 months straight. Thank you for the 16 months. That's nuts.
Oh, we only have 2 more items to go?
We do.
Wow.
Been running around crazy for a while now.
That's
We
nice.
really need Theo.
Mateo, join us.
How you doing, Bullet?
James, I'm not Harry Potter. It's not mine. What do you mean?
Oh, well, you are Harry Otter.
Yeah, you are a Harry Otter, so it makes sense. You don't own this? Why not? It was like on, what was it, like 60 cents?
Yeah. it
Showed
was
fam the
literally like
spooky
62
ATS?
cents.
Oh. Let's see.
In event for ATS.
Yeah.
ATS, let's go. I need to do that too.
Me too. Spooky ATS, it's driving with James and Bullet.
God, that sounds.
Like it's a
dangerous.
highway,
That
not bumper
sounds.
cars.
I was gonna say that
Hey,
sounds
hey.
real
Oh, shit.
dangerous.
Oh shit!
Well, and the next Tuesday.
Why do I feel like we will be off-roading on a big truck?
I mean,
Actually, I did
I'm
see that
down
clip
to
where you were
play.
like driving through the water. I think I did see that clip of yours.
Oh, you know, I can't
God,
throw shade at James and Bullet without throwing shade at Ola, who tried to freaking ICBM me with a semi-truck.
Oh,
you
he's
need
right
to run.
there.
You
He's
need to
God
run.
damn it.
I'm telling you to run!
I didn't have a chance. I literally just got up and he came around the corner.
Oh shit, I'm dead.
Uh-oh.
It was probably deserved. Why was it deserved? I didn't do anything.
Okay. Let's find this last piece. I have a med kit.
And I do too.
Okay. Just gotta find one more thing.
Brain-
It was probably deserved.
cleaner's
I don't
office?
know about that. The what?
I was answering the phone.
Oh.
He said,
Oh. He would do that. He would.
I found it.
You found it? Oh, but then we're gonna have to we need to figure out a way to get.
I need one
So
more
Arctic,
med kit.
start going downstairs into the basement.
Okay.
So Liam, this is where it's at.
We gotta
Into
find.
the basement or to the exit?
Yeah,
I
but we
think
need to find one
think
more
the-
med kit though.
Well, you could go to the exit. I think there's one more med kit downstairs.
Okay.
So I can go head down that way.
Okay. So do we want to wait till you do that? Because
Yeah,
he's coming.
wait.
Okay. Gotta be strategic here. We gotta use some
No.
strategery.
So I guess
some-
learn your exit, Liam. 'Cause
Hmm.
You're gonna have to.
Good point.
Here's
And
the
learn your
stairs.
alternate routes.
Okay. Me.
Thanks for the raid, Big
Sir.
Hey, Faye, what is up? Thank you so much for the raid. I'll give you a shout out. How you doing, Faye? Faye, what's going on? What is going on with you? Let me give you that shout out. How are you doing? Welcome in, Fennec Raid. Oh my goodness, all I can hear is ah.
Whatever one fucks me the hardest.
What?
Hello, Faye Fennec.
How's it
Emo.
going? How's it going,
Came
Faye?
up
Thank you
with
everybody for
things.
joining. I appreciate it. Welcome in, everybody. Ah, exactly.
Wait, where's
the exit?
the
I have no
exit?
idea. Oh, hi. I didn't find the exit. I found a ghost. But thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that. How are you guys doing? You guys are doing a little
This is a
little
ghost.
Monster Hunter Wilds. Nice.
I found the exit.
Did you hunt the monsters? Okay, so you are
I've
Where
not
are
found
you?
the med kit yet.
okay. I'm not sure which one is which.
It says exit.
Well,
Not sure which is which. What you mean, Monster Hunter?
no, I just don't know which silhouette I'm looking at is you and which one's James.
I'm
All right, I'm the one doing circles.
Okay, so that's where the exit is. Okay. Got
I'm
it.
doing donuts.
Okay, so James, any luck on the?
I found the med kit. So
All right. I don't
3,
hear anything. Oh no, I hear him. I hear him.
okay, I'm not doing it.
No, he's near me. I think. I
Okay.
just saw a red flash.
No. He's right near me.
Nope.
I almost did it. You played Pulsar, Lost Colony, and both games were fun. Nice. I don't know Pulsar. What's that one about?
Sounds like it would be about a star.
Yeah. Or like a colony near a star. But who knows?
I was
Okay.
about to say.
Crap.
Oh, he Angie. Run, Liam. As was about to
It's
say
down here,
too,
Liam.
if it randomly shows up in your inventory, would you join us?
Prep.
Time for the
Prep. Where do I go? Where do I go?
This way, this way, this way.
the working beans.
I don't know where to go.
I don't know where you're
Where
at.
you went-
Are you still upstairs?
I don't know. I don't
Did
see
you
you
go down the
guys.
staircase?
I went one staircase. Oh, perfect. I found another med kit. Okay.
Alright, hurry, Liam.
All right. How do I get to you guys? I don't see you guys anymore. I don't know if I'm like one stair up or down. I don't know.
Why don't you
Oh,
go on
shit.
the main level?
I don't know what that means.
Level 0, level
The
1.
level
Ah.
we came in on ground
Okay.
floor.
Ironically, I'm finding like all of the fucking med kits now.
I think Star Trek game with either yourself with bots or with friends, all operating the ship like through the Enterprise.
Oh, that sounds kind of cool. Nice,
That
nice,
reminds me, I
nice.
still need to play Bridge
Wait, I
Crew.
see you. I see you. I see you.
Hey, get here!
Yes!
Let's
We
go!
did it! We did it! Nice.
Ba-da-ba-da-bow.
Hooray. All right. That's like 2 in a row we've won.
It is.
How are you guys feeling?
Right, Liam. I feel right.
Okay. That's good. That's what I like to hear.
I feel nothing.
Do you feel nothing? Too much, your fur got too knotted? Can't feel anything anymore?
We did both.
I think we've done all the maps. I think.
I think we have.
I think we have
I
played
don't
through
like.
all.
I don't like the prison maps though.
You mean the
Nobody
fast
likes
the
prison maps and anything.
yeah, the totally not phasmophobia map, you mean?
Taya, you still lurking?
Taya.
Still lurking. I might.
Taya, you
I
might like
show
this.
him that one.
Yeah, you might like the prison map, Teo.
Hey, me say Teo.
Tails like, nope, I'm out.
Just shut I'm out.
Yeah, he's like, I heard that, now I'm gone.
Don't need this.
Milk lemonade around. What are you talking about? I ain't reading the rest of that because I refuse. I refuse.
Pause raids because I'm assuming we're not going to go for more than another hour.
No,
Yeah,
I
probably
think this
not.
will be LG for me.
Yeah, this might be last one. We have learned the way of the ghost janitor.
We've learned the way of the mop.
We
Until,
have
the ghost janitor
mastered.
comes to us.
Yeah, we have mastered the way of the mop.
All right, so what do you guys want to do?
Thanks for
Oh,
the
Fire
raid.
Streak! Thank you so much for the
And
raid. I
welcome
appreciate
to
it.
3
Welcome
lovely
in,
people.
Fire Streak. Fire Streak. What is
Foxo,
up?
more
The Foxo. There's 2 cute Foxos all over here. Look at this. We got one here raiding and the other one's streaming with us. It's amazing.
How many cutie foxos? Now we just need Ollie to pop in here.
Yeah, we need just to collect
See,
all of the
Ollie's
cute foxes.
The cute fox here.
Thank you, Fire
and
Streak. I
Tiger's
appreciate it.
Sweet fox. There. I've given the levels.
If we had the trifecta of cute foxes, I don't
We
know
do
if I
need-
could handle it.
What about the cute Leem? There. Well, that's not the point. You are outnumbering the cute Leems with the 2 cute foxes, so it doesn't matter.
Well,
So
there's
the Leem
2
is out
foxes
fox.
against 1 Leem, so Leem, you're cute.
Yeah. And that means that it takes 2 cute foxes to outnumber a 1 Leem. That's just the way it is.
No, it doesn't. It just takes 2 foxes.
Did you notice how sweaty the bald guy's arm is?
Nope.
Like,
Wait,
look
I
at
didn't.
subject.
I'm just saying, I just noticed that. Did you see how sweaty that arm is? I know, bro is shiny. Look at that. That's
Shiny.
weird. That's weird, right? Like, but either way, yes, it is. There is 2 cute foxes. Therefore, the Leem is less cute by comparison because I can't compete with that.
No.
That's just the way it goes.
I can apparently override everybody.
Did I forgot to push a button.
I did too.
I was distracted. I distracted by the cute foxes.
Telling
So,
lies?
oh
Right,
God, you
God.
turned it to nightmare, didn't you?
I wanted to see. Wait, is this the? Wait, this is counterfeit?
I don't
This
know,
is
man.
supposed to
I
be
can't
counterfeit.
tell the difference. They both look very similar. All right, watch out for the pipes. You don't want to get. You don't want James to get knotted.
Watch out for D's pipes.
Oh, there's a lot of those. He said his fur gets knotted when he gets hit by the pipes. What do you
Yeah,
think I
this
meant?
is-
Yeah.
The
So
steam is bad
we don't
for
want-
his fur.
Yeah, we said it's bad for his fur because it gets knotted, and so we don't want James to get knotted. Oh, shit!
I just took one for the Leem.
I don't know if it matters. Okay, I'm going for it. I'm out of here.
Damn it.
Did he get you too?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, now James got knotted and shafted.
Yeah, he got knotted and shafted at the same time. It's just really unfortunate.
Oh,
we're-
Brett is never gonna come back.
Oh my God.
Poor Brett.
Oh God,
The
this is
steam knots up his fur because he can't handle the moisture.
yes.
Because he doesn't have water-resistant fur.
Hello.
And then the ghost is chasing us around with a mop
Yeah. So there's
and
nothing.
hitting us
There
with the
is
mop handle.
yeah. There is nothing untoward about it. Obviously.
Yeah, there is zero sus in that sentence. If there's
Yeah.
sus, you brought it.
Yeah, that's all on you.
Yep.
Friday night. Well, it's Tuesday.
Yeah, we're a little off on that, but you know, hey, who doesn't want to make your Tuesday into a Friday
Friday.
with everybody getting knotted and whatever it
Alrighty.
is?
Friday.
Want to make a comment, but it's only gonna make it worse.
Probably.
Do it. Peer pressure.
James and I want to make your Tuesday night good. That's why we're
Oh,
on our
my.
hands and knees.
There is an incoming
Wow,
break for adverts
wow.
in 2 minutes.
You know, that sounds great, guys. That sounds great.
Flame's like, I regret joining tonight.
Nah, I found it. There's another thing that. Okay, I gotta get downstairs somehow. I found a way. I found a way. Huh! It was so
I
easy.
think he's also downstairs as well.
Oh, good. Oh, yeah, no, yes, he's definitely downstairs.
He wasn't there a minute ago.
I found him.
Run, Liam, run.
Bring around the rosy, bring around the rosy, bring around the rosy! Ah! I did it.
Who's more stinky?
Is he still behind me?
Nizian or
No.
James? I think Liam is Nizian.
I don't think so. I think
Hey.
that it is completely incorrect.
What do you mean? I make my own soap. What are you
So that doesn't. It could be stinky soap. We don't know.
It's
Yeah.
not stinky soap.
It
Essence
could
of,
be essence of fox.
Essence of fox musk.
Yeah,
That was
exactly.
a face.
I don't even know what that smell would be like, so I wouldn't know how to make it.
Sure.
See, Liam, I can bring you a bar.
Do you
Oh,
think
good luck.
I
Good luck.
can Sneak under there.
You know, I have a first aid kit, so this would be the time to try.
Stink.
I die your bean.
It seems to have worked.
Good. I'm here.
Nice.
I'm here.
All right, I'm gonna try it too. It worked. Hello, Dyer.
How you doing, Wolf? Did you get a good nap? I saw you back in the wilds.
Hi,
Oh,
James.
he's coming. He's coming. He's coming.
Okay, go.
Keep.
There's nowhere to
can't
go
go
in
to the
here.
bathroom.
There's nowhere to go in here. Wait, did you not?
No.
Oh.
Run, Liam. He's
Oh
coming
god.
down.
Oh god. Oh god. Where do
where he's
I don't know where he is either. Oh, I'm in the bathroom loop. Crap. I'm literally. Oh god, I'm gonna die.
I just walked into him.
Lemurs need
He's
extra
coming back up.
strong soap
He's
because
in
they're
the
stink glands. We
bathroom.
control those. Thank you very much.
Skunk spray soap? No.
Yeah, exactly.
Never make that. The grody.
Y'all, you are all stinky. I don't know about that, Firestreak. And how would you know? You might be an expert on that. So, actually, you know what? Firestreak might know because the expert of stinky over there, the master of the stink.
You're now a stinky foxhole.
There's a cleaning supply over here.
Okay. There's also sounds of ghost.
I'm checking.
I don't
He's
think
coming
he's
back in the room. He's coming back in the room.
Yep, here he is. He's pushing mid. Pushing mid.
pushing mid.
And he captured.
Wow, he found me!
He made a beeline for you.
Jesus Christ. Whoa, I have broken the borders. I am outside somehow.
Try to go to the stairwell, Liam. It's
I'm-
behind you.
I'm literally... Okay, I'm better. No, wait, nope. I'm still breaking the borders. I have broken the game.
We're gonna just watch Liam's outline just fall through the world and just fall to the ground.
God.
All right, I'm going to stay down for now because I do have a med kit. So I'm going to stay down so we can find things and then...
Oh, Thanos. Shots fired.
It's stinky.
Nazan is so stinky he takes bath in purple fabuloso. I don't even know what that is. What is
It's a
purple
floor cleaner.
Oh. Is it like super strong? And no, I do not. Because I didn't even know what it was.
Fabuloso.
It's fabuloso. What is it? Is there like multiple colors? Is it like purple? Does it smell like purple? You know, like when they say it's grape, but it's really just purple?
There's purple. I think there's green. I personally think that all of them smell like wax.
Okay.
But
Be an interesting place.
Yes, purple smell. That's fine. I don't know if I would bathe in that, but I'm not sure why anyone would want to.
we used to
Because it's
use it in the army
For bathing?
for cleaning the
Oh.
floors.
I mean,
You immense goober.
I'm just saying, you did specify originally, so I had to question that.
he's
You
coming back
asked if it was
downstairs.
any good of a floor cleaner.
No, I
He's
said,
downstairs now.
I mean, maybe. Oh. I found the cafeteria, maybe?
Gonna make us
Purple.
some noms.
Purple, yellow. There's no food in there.
Found the director's office.
Do we have any keys? We have no keys.
Nope.
0 keys. We're doing so well.
We are.
I blame Theo.
Yeah,
He
Teo.
abandoned us.
It's Teo's
Yep.
fault.
Heyo.
How dare.
He was here, but
He was.
Now
And
he's
then he
not.
abandoned us, yeah.
see, we wouldn't be doing this if he hadn't abandoned us. We would have gone to the Phasmo jail.
You mean the totally not Phasmo jail?
Oh yeah, yes. The totally legally distinct from Phasmo jail.
Exactly. Purple, yellow, green, orange, blue. Oh, I need a key that we don't have. All right.
Yeah, I haven't found no keys, actually.
I don't think they exist, you know?
No, that's why we need to figure out lock picking.
Yeah.
We just pick the locks ourselves.
Exactly. Who needs keys?
Or we just kick down the door. Oh, I found a key.
Oh, well, see, now you've ruined my theory that they don't exist.
It's probably in the worst area for you, Liam.
Why is that?
Yep, that's a key.
It's where the ghost likes to camp when it's upstairs.
Good.
In the locker room that never has anything in it. James, is he near us?
Liam? No.
No.
He's below
Ghost.
us. I don't know.
Oh, ghost? You know, I am below you.
There's a Phasmo thunder.
Yeah, I'm getting the sense that this game was made with a lot of similar assets.
Mm-hmm.
Although, aren't they coming out with a new map, like a diner or some shit?
Diner or something in November.
Ah.
It looks like
Oh.
he's downstairs on number 1 floor. Looks like he's moving to the staircase, coming up to number 2.
Yeah, he was. I just saw him.
It's just
Alright.
inspiration.
Well, no, it's probably literally from the same asset store. We now have the area A.
Oh, I'm close to that. Let me go over there. Slowly but surely, I will go over there. I'm almost there. Don't you worry, I'm
Where
crawling.
it is.
Crawling my way. There it is. I got it. Okay, so there is another. If you guys want to make your way down there is another first aid kit over here.
Alright, he's working his way around the catwalk.
Okay.
On the catwalk.
And
Ooh.
now he's going upstairs.
B
Has
is.
someone in his eyesight or something. He's hauling ass.
You're the only one who's
So-
still up, so it's probably you. Or is that
B is
Arctic?
open. That's me.
Okay.
He is open.
B is
He
open.
is open. Oh.
That's upstairs.
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'm gonna head up that way.
Floor.
I found the on the door to the underground.
Oh, nice. That's probably over there. Oh, watch out. He's coming your way.
Above or below?
He's on the first floor. He's heading towards the stairwell, though. All right, he's upstairs now.
All right, I'm in B.
Nice, nice, nice. He's up here with you guys somewhere.
Oh, he's where I'm at.
It's not good because I'm where you're at.
Yeah.
And he just left where I was at.
I found a key. What's a key?
Monitoring.
Monitoring room.
Monitor room.
Okay, that might be over here. I'm gonna go over that way. Rawr.
X3 nozzle.
Is this the monitoring room? Let's find out. It is not. This is the director's office. Never mind. Nope. Oh, that was so close. I was like a millimeter away from completing the healing process, and he came right around the corner.
Well, I found a steam valve.
That's good.
He just murdered me.
I can't
I
mark
was
it.
trapped in the room, and by the steam, and he just walked through the steam and freaking hit me in the face with his mop.
He just.
Back where I'm at.
Okay, so he's still upstairs then.
You still in B?
He
Might
left
be.
B, headed towards you.
Yeah, but where's the steam valve?
All the way in the back corner there, Arctic.
I ran right by it. Lame. I did.
Yeah.
Does anybody else have a med kit?
I do.
Leave those, but the bean is just about to start heading downstairs. Looks like the bean has got no. Hold on, where did he go? He's back upstairs again. Get ready to jump, Leem. I'll try to bite him. Jump! Oh wait, he went where you rezzed.
Yeah, he seems to like be able to follow you a little bit.
I think if you stay in one place too long, they can zero in on you.
Oh, I almost ran into some steam.
Is steam just as dangerous for the Leem?
Yes. The Leem that got steamed.
The Leem that's steamed.
Found another key. It's in that monitor room of doom.
Dude's right next to me, isn't he?
He's in the monitor room now.
Where is the monitor room?
Upstairs.
Oh, okay.
He is working his way towards the stairs.
Uh-oh. That means he probably knows where I am.
Did he go down?
No, he's still
Nope.
up there. I see him. He's
No,
coming down
he's
here now.
Now he's coming down.
Right. I'm gonna res. I don't like that they call this gas, not steam. They call
Yeah,
it gas.
it doesn't feel like... Oh, no!
Bean's coming back upstairs.
Oh, good. That means he's going away from me.
And the bean is hauling butt right now, Arctic.
Okay, he knows
Hauling
something.
butt.
You got a key.
You found key,
Got it
director's
ready,
office. That's
directors.
upstairs. I know where that is.
He's in
So
B
those-
at the moment. I'm going to head towards the office.
B is where I resed, so it's probably why he's there.
So I guess he could hear you resin, I guess. Get key. And then there's another cleaning majigger
Right.
over here.
Oh, he's
What?
heading your way.
Get the key. Now the underground.
Ah!
Leem has joined me at
All right, underground's ready to open though. If you want to go that way.
Which corner is it in?
It's yep.
There it
And
is.
I would say if you find the objects, just get out of here because I don't think there's going to be two. Luckily,
Yeah, we
placed
may not.
many.
Unless you find two things downstairs or in the underground.
I would say get ready to hide too, Arctic, because the bean is making his way downstairs.
Only found one.
Oh no.
Walking fast.
Yeah, he's heading right towards you, man. He's peeling towards it, right towards. Yeah, he went down there. Did you juke him?
I did. I'm
Nice.
upstairs. Hydrate. All right, Candy. I'll hydrate here in a minute.
Hydrate.
Hi, Candy. We need to find one more thing. I need to double check downstairs.
I will make my way into the basement.
I can hydrate now. Oh, nope. There he is. I'm going up.
And
Okay.
he's beelining.
Yeah, he knows what he wants. He's going for that rudder.
You leave my rudder alone. Not yours. Okay, he's on the stairs. I wonder if I can cheese the hell out of this.
Maybe.
Alright, this is either gonna work really, really well or really, really bad. Oh, there he is. Now he's making a beeline for the stairs.
He might be coming towards us because we set those alarms off.
Nope, he's upstairs with me.
All right, never mind. That's unfortunate. I was kind of hoping he would. Is there anything in the vault?
There's no way he can reach me.
He wants to, though.
He's trying. He's doing his best.
He
I
can't-
found the
He
thing.
can't pass to me. Found it?
It's down here in the basement in the vault. I just
Of course
marked
is.
it.
Why don't we, since we're down, Leem, let's just go start picking these safety deposit boxes.
Yeah, why not, man? What do we got to lose?
Right?
Alright, I need this
Shaggy.
guy to... So he's running back and forth. He cannot figure out how to pass to me.
Interesting. Where are you right now?
Are you on the pipe?
I'm not on the pipe. I'm on the ledge.
Oh.
On the front side of the building.
Interesting.
I jumped over the railing, and I'm just standing on the ledge.
Interesting. So he just has
Right.
no idea how to deal with that. All right.
Yep. He's just running around.
Yeah.
He's
Oh,
in
I
the middle
see.
of the lobby.
Oh, interesting. Oh. Yeah, I guess they wouldn't know how to deal with that. Well,
You've definitely angered the ghost.
Really need him to be about as far away from that door as possible.
Yep, he's camping you right now.
What's she gonna do?
wait, is he by
Alright,
me?
He's upstairs.
No, yeah.
He's just past B. I think I'm gonna... Oh, he went into B. Alright, I'm going.
Give it a go, give it a go, give it a go. And then if you get it, just leave. I don't think we're going to find any more health kits right now.
Alright, he's heading towards the stairwell now. Coming down the main stairs. Oh, he's beelining it for
He's
you.
beelining for it.
He's coming for you. He's running down the basement stairs.
You ready to juke him?
He's down the stairs.
He's got to go around. You can just jump over that desk.
Go, 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 go.
Peace, bitches.
Yes. I count that as a win.
I got an achievement.
I'm gonna
Forgot
count
that was an achievement.
that as a win. That's a win is a win is a win is
yeah.
a win. That's all we can do. All right.
I got 300 bonus XP for that.
Nice. Nice. We're almost at level 18. You like that? That's like the next character unlock.
Yeah.
All right, guys. That is something else. That's an interesting game.
You know, I'm going to say that was a surprising amount of fun.
Yeah.
Yes.
Not going to lie. Because there was the bundle. And it's like, we could do Forsake and we can get this one for like 62 cents. And you're like, no, let's play that one. And I'm like,
Yeah.
but this is the main game. No, we're playing Mop. No, but it was fun.
It is a lot of fun. I like it. I like it a lot.
We'll definitely have to drag Theo into it. I think Theo
We'll
would
have to.
enjoy
He
it.
would. Yeah, he would be fun. He would have fun with it, even though he abandoned us
I think so.
and didn't see his prison. So
Yeah. Thank you for the invite and all that fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
shenanigans.
Of course.
all right.
Who are we going to
Well,
go say hi to?
that's a good point.
Let's see who is all live.
Quick, Ray James.
Good
Quick,
luck.
rate
I've
'em.
already blocked the raids.
Well, we have. Let's see. We have Misu's
Yeah.
playing. We got
Bumble.
Bishinta's playing.
Oops. We got the Leem.
Yes, I am here. You're right. Quite a few other people, but those are the main one, like main two I see that we could all join if we want to.
Up to you, Beans.
Do you have a preference,
A lot of people.
Arctic?
What's Bumble playing?
There's also Mr. Mittens.
Yeah, what's he doing? Oh, he's doing
He's doing
art.
some art.
Ryokin's on.
Ryokin? I don't know if I know them.
Oh, Biff is currently playing. What's that called? Where you look at screenshots. GeoGuessr.
Oh.
Interesting. There's Uncle Grumpus too.
Uncle Grumpus? Oh, Uncle Grumpus would be fun. They're playing Silent Hill 2.
Uh-huh.
All right. You guys want to do that?
Sure.
Okie dokie. Okay. Well, I'll see you guys over there then.
All right. Now
Sounds good.
All right.
Get back.
Okay, everybody. I'm going to call it for tonight. That was fun. That was surprisingly fun. I will give that game a surprisingly fun review. It is silly. It's kind of dumb, but you know what? That's okay. We're going to live with that. And I like it. I like that kind of stuff. I like that kind of stupid, fun stuff. So hope you guys enjoyed it. Welcome in everybody who joined us today. Hope you guys enjoyed Mop of the Dead. It was crazy. It was wild. But thank you so much for everybody who joined me tonight. I very big appreciate it. Big preach to all of you guys. We got Faye Fennec for the raid and Firestreak Fox. Thank you so much for the raids tonight. very much appreciate you all so much. I will be back tomorrow. We're going to be playing a game called The Light Keeper, which is a spooky game called The Light Keeper. So join me for that. It should be a lot of fun. Until then, I will see you guys next time. And we will be back. We'll be taking our cat kiss indeed. Thank you, Firestreak. It was always good seeing you. And we are going to do that, but we are going to be playing The Light Keeper. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Until then, we're going to say hello to Uncle Kappas. We're going to say hello to him. And then I will see you guys next time. Bye-bye. 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 Bye. Bye.